Who?
Dr. K.K. Mishra.
Okay.
No, as soon as recording starts, you start it. K.K. Mishra बाद में join करने से will speak in his time. There's no problem.
We'll start.
Yes. You can start. Well, Vinay ji,
No, ma'am. One recording need to start the recording.
Yes, net का
Give me
service
1 minute max.
जाफर भाई बोलेंगे तो हम स्टोर कर लेंगे.
हाँ.
Welcome, Raju.
हाँ, good morning, good afternoon.
राजू साहब.
Good afternoon, sir.
नमस्कार. आपका आतिथ्य ले नहीं पाया. आपका
क्या? मेरा क्या?
आपका हॉस्पिटैलिटी ले नहीं पाया.
कोई बात नहीं. दिल्ली आप आ रहे हैं ना, कम से कम दिल्ली तो आ रहे हैं.
ठीक है.
या तो मुझे खबर मिल गई कि आप आई आर नॉट कमिंग टू पटना.
Yeah.
No worries. Next year we will have some program and you will join us as president of IPS.
आपका हाथ में तो हमेशा वही प्रेम रहा है. प्रेसिडेंट रहे या ना रहे.
We are going live in next 4 seconds.
वो रहेगा.
So now we can start.
Yes.
Please.
Should we start now?
Yes.
विनय जी आप बोल दीजिए start करने के लिए.
Otherwise, we will lag behind in the long program that will follow after inauguration.
Yes.
Original पार्ट में तो बच्चे होंगे ना. Participant पार्ट में तो लोग होंगे.
Sir, start कर देते अभी. Should we start?
President
Vinay Kumar.
Ma'am, you are live. You can start.
President Vinay Kumar. Are we starting?
Tanmay is waiting for your
Please start.
consent. Yeah.
Sir, okay. We are going to start the program.
People will join later. Let's start now. Sure.
That is a separate link. That's a separate link for the attendees. This is only for the members who are present.
This platform does not reflect the attendance at all.
Yes.
It is only the faculty link.
A very good afternoon to all. I welcome all to the PGCME. Video. Yeah. I welcome all to the PGCME Eastern Zonal Branch, midterm CME. I invite our Honorable President, IPS Eastern Zonal Branch, to the dais. I invite Professor Dr. Ajit Awasthi, Chief Guest. I invite Dr. Gautam Saha, Honorable President. Honorable President, Indian Psychiatry Society. I invite Dr. N.N. Raju, Vice President, Indian Psychiatry Society. I invite Dr. T.S.S. Rao, Honorary Secretary, Indian Psychiatry Society. I welcome Dr. O.P. Singh, Honorable Editor, Indian Psychiatry Society. I welcome Dr. K.K. Mishra, Honorable Treasurer, Indian Psychiatry Society. I invite Dr. Aravinda Brahma, Honorary Secretary, IPS Eastern Zonal Branch. I invite Dr. Tanmay Das, Chairperson, CME Committee, Eastern Zonal Branch, to the dais. Now I invite Dr. Tanmay Das to give welcome address, Chairperson, CME Subcommittee, Eastern Zonal Branch. Over to you, ma'am.
Esteemed Dr. Vinay Kumar, President, East Zone, Indian Psychiatry Society. Dr. Ajit Awasthi, past President and Chief Guest, and Office Bearers of Indian Psychiatry Society. Dr. Gautam Saha, President, Indian Psychiatry Society. Dr. N.N. Raju, President-elect, Indian Psychiatry Society. Dr. T.S.S. Rao, Honorary Secretary, Indian Psychiatry Society. Dr. O.P. Singh, Honorary Editor, Indian Psychiatry Society. Dr. K.K. Mishra, Honorary Treasurer, Indian Psychiatry Society. Dr. Aurobindo Brahma, Honorary Secretary, East Zone, Indian Psychiatry Society. And the dignitaries, the eminent dignitaries, the senior psychiatrists, the participants who have logged in across the country, the postgraduate trainees, and the technical staff and our support team, a very good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to invite you all to this webinar. We have Dr. Ajit Awasthi with us. His kind presence in this webinar is a source of inspiration to all of us. Dr. Ajit Awasthi is the retired HOD and professor of Postgraduate Institute of Chandigarh. He is also the past president of Indian Psychiatric Society and also the past president of the Geriatric Association of Indian Psychiatric Society. And we are very much thankful to have him here. As you all know, this corona pandemic has taught us a new normal. The PGCME, like last year, this reflects the spirit of East Zone against the odds and our responsibility to contribute to the learning of our upcoming colleagues. And we have 12 guest lectures in this CME by 12 brilliant speakers and a case presentation competition from different medical colleges from different. So I am sure you are going to enjoy this academic feast and make this program a success. Thank you. Now,
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Dr. Tanmay Das to take the take the stage and proceed for the inauguration.
We start the inauguration program. I request our chief guest, Dr. Ajit Awasthi, to declare the session inaugurated.
Well, dear friends, it's a real honor and privilege for me to be given this opportunity to declare the CME for PG trainees of Indian Psychiatric Society Eastern Zone. It's my pleasure to once again to declare this CME inaugurated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Binoy Kumar, President East Zone Indian Psychiatric Society, to give his address. Dr. Binoy Kumar, sir.
Sir, please unmute yourself.
Yes.
Chief guest of the day, Dr. Ajit Awasthi Saab, President of Indian Psychiatric Society, Dr. Gautam Saha, Vice President, Dr. N.N. Raju, Honorary General Secretary, Dr. T.S.S. Rao, our Honorary Editor, Dr. O.P. Singh, and Honorary Treasurer, Dr. K.K. Mishra. Apart from this, we are having with us office bearers of Indian Psychiatric Society, our General Secretary, our Secretary, Dr. Aurobindo Brahma, CME Chairperson, Dr. Tanmay Das, and I hope others will be joining soon. We are having very senior academician leaders and elder brothers from our zone, Deveshda and Tofanda, and many younger friends who have joined already. This is the day for young custodians of mental health of India. Those who are going to take care of mental health of Indians in future. IPSeastcme has always been a very important program, and IPS Eastern Zonal Branch is organizing this program for more than a decade every year. Days are gone now due to COVID, that when we used to meet all of you, and in the hall, we used to see young people with bubbling energy. Now, we expect that in a year or two, we will witness the same scenario, but in these days, we have to be satisfied with seeing your name on the screen or seeing your faces on the screen. I take this opportunity to inform you that Eastern Journal of Psychiatry will be published very regularly now. IPS Eastern Journal Branch has come in a kind of agreement, a partnership with leading publisher of India, and our journal will be online journal only, open access journal only, and we have initiated the process of indexing at different levels. So I request all the postgraduate students of our zone, especially, and other parts of India also, to contribute their new researches, case reports for this Eastern Journal of Psychiatry. In the announcement, we had given a kind of offer to all postgraduate students that those who will register and attend, they should send the snapshot of their registration and being present in the session to an email ID, ipsezpresident@gmail.com, and you will receive soon one of the IPS publications. IPS has already published 7 books, and all the books are very interesting. And our academic partner who is sponsoring us, they have come forward to purchase books for you and provide all the postgraduate students. So kindly communicate this message to all of your friends. Even now, it's time to get a book. Apart from learning lots of things here, there is a chance to get a hard copy, a book containing lots of knowledge in your hand, on your table. So that will reach to your address. So with this, I request all postgraduate students to communicate to different zone students. The program is open for entire India. So please communicate them, please request them to join, please send the message to different WhatsApp groups that they should come, attend, and after registration, they will get a book also. With these few words, I hand over to Dr. Tanmayani Das to continue with the rest of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And now I request Dr. Gautam Saha, President, Indian Psychiatry Society, to speak a few words. Dr. Gautam Saha. Gautam Saha, sir. Dr. Gautam Saha. Then we probably is busy, so we switch on to the next. When he is online, then we he'll give his address.
Wait, I am calling Gautam. Wait.
Now I request Dr. N.N. Raju, President-elect Indian Psychiatry Society, to give his address.
Thank you, Doctor. Yeah, doctor. Thank you so much, Dr. Tanmay. And I think the President of the session, Dr. Vinay Kumar, the President of Eastern Zone, the inauguration, the Chief Guest, Dr. Ajit Awasthi Saab, Secretary, Dr. IPS Secretary, Dr. TSS Rao, Treasurer, Dr. Mishra, Editor, Dr. O.P. Singh, and the Secretary of East Zone, Dr. Arvind Brahma, Dr. Tufan Pati. Can I go ahead?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah. So I think at the outset, let me thank you all.
Sir, please unmute yourself, sir.
You are muted.
You have on, yeah. Thank you. Once again, President of the session, Dr. Vinay Kumar, Dr. Ajit Avasthi, Dr. T.S.S. Rao, Dr. Mishra, Dr. O.P. Singh, the Secretary, Dr. Arvind Brahma, the CME Chairperson, and Dr. Tanmay, and the Chairperson of the CME, Dr. Tanmani Das, and rest of the people who are participating in this meeting. Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, let me thank every one of you for giving me an opportunity to participate in a very important program of IPS East Zone. And we all know that East Zone is the where all the activities are nowadays in Indian, or literally East Zone is representing the entire nation as far as its functioning, as far as its representation, as far as its activities are concerned, especially with Dr. Vinay Kumar at the helm, who has been doing, I think, immense service to the society in different capacities, especially in the publication committee too. And the East Zone is very lucky to have very dedicated members who have been doing rendering excellent services to the Indian Psychiatric Society. So today, I'm sure with very I'm knowledgeable and very good speakers in the conference, in the CME, all the audience would be highly benefited. And instead of taking a lot of time, I think I should wish you all the best, wish the program a great success. And I once again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. Now I will request Dr. T.S.S. Rao, Honorary Secretary, Indian Psychiatric Society, to deliver a few lines.
Good afternoon.
Sir.
So, tomorrow I'll be in the program. Excellent, and all the arrangements that have been made. It looks like he is conducting daughter's marriage immediately already, today and tomorrow. I'm really grateful for very nice activity that has been planned, and I wish this particular conference all the best. On the way, I'm to the airport, and I'll be listening to each and every presentation that's going to be made. Very strong, very apt, and excellent arrangement. In fact, all these online programs have allowed us to actually sharpen our own skills. And from that particular angle, at the outset, congratulations and all the best for it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your nice words. Now I request Dr. O.P. Singh, Honorary Editor, Indian Psychiatric Society, to speak a few words. Dr. O.P. Singh, sir.
Dr. Tanmani, respected President of the East Zone, Dr. Vinay Kumar, Secretary Dr. Arvind Brahma, our colleagues from national body, Dr. Gautam Saha, Dr. N.L. Raju, Dr. Kirat Gupta, Dr. and our respected teacher and inaugurator, Professor Avasthi, Dr. Tufan Pati, and all other dignitaries. It is such a pleasure to be here. And you know that PGCME is something which I have been always associated with and feel very attached to. And it is a cause of and happiness for me to be here. And in your under leadership of Dr. Tanmani and Dr. Tufan Pati, it is going to be a grand program. And we are, of course, waiting for the blessing of Professor Tufan Awasthi, Professor Ajit Awasthi, and my blessings are with this. I will not take much time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Now I request Dr. KK Mishra, Honorary Treasurer, Indian Psychiatry Society, to speak a few words.
Madam President, Gautam is there.
President, I am trying to.
He's there.
He's there.
Hello. Hello. I'm sorry.
Sir,
I'm
please,
sorry.
now
connected.
Dr. Gautam Saha, President, Indian Psychiatry Society, to deliberate a few lines. Sir, Gautam sir.
Dr. Tanmaneni, thank you so much. I'm really sorry that I will not join there. Actually, I joined, but at the same time, there is a simultaneous program. This is the Gujarat State Branch. I was talking to there. My dear friend, today's President, Dr. Binoy Kumar, the Secretary Aurobindo Brahmo, and the full team of Eastern Zone, the Treasurer Abir Mukherjee, and others, and the most respected teacher of us, in fact, teacher of teachers, Dr. Ajit Awasthi is there, my guru. Sir, my pranam to you, and all of you. You have organized such an excellent program. In fact, Eastern Zone this time is doing very academic program throughout and Dr. Binoy Kumar also narrated everything regarding all programs. So I'm happy that Eastern Zone again coming out with the midterm CME. It cannot possible because you know that pandemic period, it is not possible to in a hybrid mode or I mean in-person mode. So it is very difficult, but we are trying to do it in hybrid mode. At least some of our person will attend the inauguration program at Patna. Dr. Binoy Kumar organized it. And thank you very much, everybody. You know that it is a very important program for the PG students. Because it is only done for PG students, you can get the most efficient and expert teachers here. And you can have a learn from them. And this program, you also have a scope to learn from teacher like Dr. Ajit Awasthi. So don't miss it, utilize it. All the best for the program. Thank you. Again, the Secretary, Dr. Aurobindo Brahmo, and the President, Dr. Binoy Kumar. Good work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gautam sir. Now I request Dr. KK Mishra, Honorary Treasurer, Indian Psychiatry Society, to speak a few lines.
Yeah, thank you, Tamane Madam. And it's great privilege to be with you all. And at the outset, I must give my regards to Dr. Binoy Kumar, the President of the function, and Dr. Aurobindo Brahma, the Secretary of the Zone, and all other members of the Eastern Zone, and the original wheelchair too, and all my friends in the IPS, all the office bearers, President Dr. Gautam Saha, and Vice President Dr. NN Raju, Secretary Dr. TSS Rao, and Editor my dear friend Dr. OPC, and all the senior members and Dr. Awasthi, the Chief Guest of the function, and all my senior friends in IPS and specifically in the Eastern Zone, and all my dear junior residents, for whom the CME is the main function to upgrade and update their knowledge. And at the outset, I thanks all the organizers for making this event very fruitful for the resident, and I know very beneficial for the residents. And as I'm stating, I don't take much time. I thank you all and wish all the success for the program. Thank you all for my
Thank you, sir. Now I request our Chief Guest, Dr. Ajit Awasthi, to deliver his inaugural address.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Dr. Tanmani Das. I am beholden to Dr. Vinay Kumar, the President of IPS East Zone, Dr. Arvind Brahma, the Honorary Secretary of the IPS East Zone, the chairman of CME, Dr. Tanmani Das, and my very dear friend, who is like a brother to me, Dr. Tufan Pati. And because of them, I have received this singular honor to be invited for the inauguration of this particular CME. I feel very humble and very, I must say that it's such a overwhelming feeling for me that I am here in front of you, all of you, and I'm one of you, and I felt quite odd when being called the chief guest. Actually, I would have preferred to be one of the chief hosts rather than the chief guest. I'm so much entwined with the IPS East Zone for the last so many decades that I feel more a member of the East Zone than of any other zone in the Indian Psychiatric Society. Well, it's an honor to be in a function where the top brass of the Indian Psychiatric Society is there, led by my very dear friend and a brother, Dr. Gautam Saha, Dr. Anand Raju, Dr. T.S.S. Rao, Dr. O.P. Singh, Dr. K.K. Mishra, and their presence definitely enthuses us, it encourages us, because essentially this is a program of the Indian Psychiatric Society, and I must say that their personal presence, the effort which they make, despite their such hectic schedules, to be there for each academic program is something worth emulating for future generations in IPS. Well, friends, today I would like to address myself to the postgraduates. The IPS hierarchy can correct me if I go somewhere wrong. I think the first PG program in the history of Indian psychiatry was started in South Zone, if I'm not mistaken. And right. If I'm again correct, I stand to be corrected. It was Dr. E. Mohandas, he was associated with that first program. Later on, I know that Dr. Nimesh Desai did it in Surajkund near Delhi. Then I had the opportunity to do it, the second program of the Indian Psychiatric Society North Zone. And now almost all the zones have this very important activity, which is called a postgraduate trainees program. And I think this is one of the feathers in the cap of the Indian Psychiatric Society, that it has woken up to its responsibility to address the needs of the postgraduate trainees. My basic message today is addressed to postgraduates. And I would like to say that in educational technology, with which I was associated for about a decade, and we used to run a program for medical teachers in PGI Chandigarh in association with the WHO. And there one of the major thrust was on educational technology, because medical teachers are good doctors, they may be good lecturers, but necessarily whether they are good teachers, they don't undergo any training. Just after MD, they go through the senior residency, then they become teachers, and probably they learn the ropes on the way, you know. But I think we all need to be, all teachers need to be exposed to certain arts and skills of medical teaching and learning so that they become effective teachers. I will deal with that issue somewhat separately some other time, but today I am more towards the needs of the postgraduate trainees, the learners. What do they need to do to be able to utilize their period of training in an effective manner in the field of psychiatry, in the discipline of psychiatry? Now, in the educational technology, there are three domains, which I am sure every one of us knows. One is the knowledge domain, the cognitive domain, as it is called. Second is the affective domain, and third is the psychomotor domain. And in the cognitive domain or the knowledge domain, it is the theoretical knowledge which we get of the discipline in which we get trained. And this CME and so many other programs, by and large, principally address to the knowledge domain of the learners. So you are getting theoretical knowledge. So much of theoretical knowledge is transferred to you that at times you find it overwhelming and you really don't know what to do with it. But there are two more aspects, that is the affective domain of learning and the psychomotor domain of learning. I'll come to that a little later, but let me first try to focus on the cognitive domain and how to make the best use of this particular compartment of learning. I would say that to be a learner, first of all, we must have a learner's attitude. That means we should have a sense of curiosity, we should be a good and attentive listeners, and we should have the capacity to generate questions and to seek answers to those questions. So if we have these three traits in us, then we have the right attitude to be a learner. At the same time, we need to be passionate about the discipline of psychiatry and the practice of psychiatry. And that can come about if we take interest in people who are our contemporaries, people who are our seniors, people who had contributed to Indian psychiatry and now probably nowhere, they are gone. And there are people who have contributed to the world psychiatry and the various, developments, both at the national and international levels, at the WHO level, at the WPA level, at the level of the regional associations and other things, so that we know what's happening in the profession. It pains me a bit when people are not very much at home with the mental health policy, the programs, the various initiatives of the governments to, kind of address the needs of the people who are challenged with mental illnesses. So all that is happening around us, even the social trends, the political trends, we must be aware of it, the social, cultural changes which are happening around us, so that we are passionate about our discipline and the knowledge of that discipline. Having said those two, I think what the learners must develop a habit is, and I found it very good for me, whenever I would attend a lecture, I will come to know in advance, this lecture is on this particular topic. So I will go to my textbooks, I will read through that topic and try to be at home with that topic. Then I would attend the lecture so that I can, get something extra, or if new questions arise, and after the lecture, I will ask some questions. And if not possible to have the answers for all those questions, I will come back again, go back to the textbook and read about that particular topic. Now, this way, the assimilation of the knowledge is such that its reproduction is also, its reproducibility becomes easier, So that is something which I found very good and very helpful, along with another thing, and that is that when you are reading on any particular topic, please make your notes on longhand. Don't rely on these, technologies like something on your smartphone or something on your net or having a photocopy or something like that. Make notes in your longhand. And when you revisit those notes, you will find such a quick revision and such wonderful reproduction of your knowledge that you will feel very satisfied with it. One must develop the habit of making diagrams, particularly for neuroanatomy, neurochemistry, and those kind of things. At the same time, develop flowcharts. Make your own flowcharts, like management of schizophrenia catatonic type. What is the essential things to know? Make a flowchart of it. Just looking at the flowchart will make everything refreshed for you. I think simply sitting in your room or sitting in a library and reading is not going to help. See, you must develop a small group of the co-learners so that you can discuss among yourselves and you can at times, reproduce to each other what you have, kind of learned, so that maybe at times you have not actually got the proper concept of what you have read, and your co-learner can, clarify some of those things, or you can distribute some of the topics and help each other learn. So this group learning is very, very essential, and I will request the PG students to inculcate that habit of learning in groups. I think the next thing which I will like to say is you must have the ability, intelligence to sort out what is the must-know knowledge. Generally, what happens is we go into the minutiae, we go into unnecessary details, fringe topics, and lose the basic fundamentals of the subject, which ought to be known. Now, nobody can excuse you if you do not know even the classification of the antipsychotic drugs. Now, if you don't know what is the classification, a pharmacological classification of the antipsychotic drugs, it is inexcusable, unpardonable. Now, thereafter, what else you will know is secondary, but this is something basic. So must-know knowledge must be isolated and must be remembered and memorized. This is again what I would like to emphasize. I think there are two more aspects, as I told you, that the psychomotor domain, skills. Now you will ask me in psychiatry, what are the skills? Have you ever visited an ECT suite? You might have gone and seen their ECT being given to patients, administered to patients. But have you actually done with your hands?
2 minutes. The secretary is.
Yes, actually done with your hands.
No.
I will finish it very fast. Is somebody telling me to finish it? Dr. Tamani?
Yes, you can finish it.
Okay.
Sir, you want to finish, sir, you can finish.
I'll just finish in a minute or so. So the one should, ECT suit, when you go, you must do everything with your hands. That will give you the skill. Otherwise, when you come out, you have just watched the ECT being administered, you will find yourself totally nervous and wrecked when you have to do it in their own hands. Similarly, giving long-acting injectables, how much, how to mix, how to do, you will not know it unless you have done it yourself. So these are the skills. And lastly, be very empathic, develop empathic communication, effective communication skills, develop those, and also try to know the socio-cultural context in which you see your patient and how you are going to give your prescription, your advice to your patients, how you understand their problems. That will only be possible if you are grounded in the reality of the situation from where these patients come to you. My dear friends, I will not take too much of your time. I will only say that apart from doing such a hard labor, you must take care of three things principally. 1, eat well. 2, sleep well. You must sleep adequately because you are the horses who have to run a very long race. You are not for a 100-meter sprint. You have to run a very long race in all your life of learning and disseminating learning. So you ought to be healthy. You must take care of your nutrition. You must take care of your sleep. And at the same time, you must exercise regularly also, because that will make you more enthused and will give you the enthusiasm to practice your wares in great effectiveness. Thank you very much. I wish all the postgraduate trainees a great session in next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable advice. It was really, it will be very helpful to our postgraduate students. Now I request Dr. Aurobindo Brahma, Honorary Secretary, East Zone, Indian Psychiatric Society, to give his vote of thanks. Dr. Aurobindo Brahma.
Thank you, Dr. Tanmayane. As Dr. Gautam Shah has told, because of this pandemic, probably which is the greatest challenge after the Second World War, the whole world is facing, and we as professional body also facing some challenges. And one of those is we cannot hold physical conferences for last 1.5 years, and we don't know what will happen in the near future, whether this third wave will come or not. But as a Secretary of East Zone, I can say that in the last 1.5 years, Eastern Zone is doing scientific sessions on a very regular basis. Thanks to our seniors like Dr. Tufan Poti sir, Dr. Vinay Kumar, Dr. Gautam Saha, Dr. O.P. Singh. They are helping me a lot to organize these programs. And this is the second time we are doing this PGCME and midterm CME in the virtual platform. I must thank Dr. Ajit Avasthi sir, our mentor. I'm really grateful to you that you have accepted our invitation and joined here. And my sincere thanks to all the national office bearers, President Dr. Gautam Sir, Vice President Dr. N. Raju Sir, Secretary Dr. TSS Rao, Treasurer Dr. KK Misra, and Editor Dr. O.P. Singh, and all the dignitaries present over here for this 2 days program. I think the PG students will really learn a lot in these 2 days. My thanks to Dr. Tanmayini and Dr. Shujit, who have chosen very interesting topics, and with the expert teachers, I think PGs will learn a lot. And as Dr. Vinay Kumar has mentioned, we are offering some attractive prizes also for the PG students, some prizes that Dr. Tanmayini will announce at the end of the program, and a book copy to every student, PG students who will attend this program. So I hope this conference will be a great success, and every PG students will learn a lot from this. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brahma. Now we close this inaugural session and we are going to start our guest lecture sessions. I request Dr. Devadatta Mahapatra to take over for the guest lecture session.
Thank you. It is a great session.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, I have an announcement to. And then I have an announcement to make actually for postgraduate students. We have prizes for the competition. Like first 3 presenters will get prizes. I thought I'll disclose it after we start our program. So the first presenter will, the best presenter will get 8,000.
Thank you, ma'am. We are already 15-20 minutes late. So without much delay, let's start our first topic. The MP of the first topic discussion is Dr. Sujata. He is senior resident in SCB Medical College. Over to you, Dr. Sujata.
Did I hear correctly that we are getting the first prize of rupees 8,000 rupees?
Yes, sir.
So can I register myself as a postgraduate trainee?
If you wish to.
All the very best. Great.
When you have Dr. Avasthi with yourself, in any program, everything will be lively. Great.
Very good afternoon, one and all. Without much delay, we just start our today's first topic of discussion. The topic is assessment and management of grief during and after COVID pandemic. And our today's for the topic of discussion, our speaker is Dr. Gautam Bandyopadhyay. And I am inviting the chairperson, Dr. Deepesh Bhagwati, sir, and Dr. Dilip Mandal, sir, to chair the session. Dr. Deepesh Bhagwati is currently working as a head of the Department of Psychiatry in Agartala Government Medical College and Hospital, and he has more than 40 publications in both national and international journals. And he has also been the former director and board of director of Asian Pacific Society for Alcohol and Addiction Research. And Dr. Dilip Mandal is currently the head of the Department of Psychiatry of Agartala Medical College, Kolkata. I am requesting Dr. Deepesh Bhagwati sir and Dr. Dilip Mandal sir to introduce our speaker and chair the session. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, Professor Marnal, if you agree, then I will just introduce the topic and then you give the concluding remarks if it is okay with you. And I hope you agree. After the excellent talk by our chairperson, our guest speaker, the chief guest, Dr. Ajit Awasthi, my old friend, my good friend, and he has said two very important things. One is that look after your health by sleeping well and then eating well. And then he said that the other things will come, and he has given some practical points for his studies, how to go about the study. And thank you for the excellent inaugural function to all the the organizing committee. This topic of the first one of the 14 topics that we are going to discuss today is on the grief reaction, the assessment and management. And this is a very practical and appropriate topic for the current situation. The spectrum of grief, normal grief to pathological grief to depression. And this is a continuum, almost a spectrum like a thing, though it is a difficult situation to assess the grief, though there have been several scales and attempts. The reason being, the grief reaction varies on the cause of death and also the duration after which the death is or the bereavement has occurred. And so the assessment and the management also depend on the situation. With this brief introduction of the topic, I will request Dr. Gautam Bandyopadhyay, who is the professor and HOD at the Department of Psychiatry, Kolkata Medical College. I would request him to make his presentation. The presentation time is 25 minutes, followed by 5 minutes of discussion. Thank you very much. Professor Gautam Bandyopadhyay.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah. And my slides are also visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you all. A very warm good afternoon to our students, my colleagues, and respected seniors. In a grief-stricken situations, we're going to talk about grief, and that is over the last 1.5 years, continuously we are facing the problem. But for the mental health professionals, we are very poor at consoling even. According to our societal expectation, actually, we have been taught to acquire things somehow. But whenever we lose something, we don't know what to say. That's the biggest problem. And grief, I think, as emotion, one of the most misunderstood emotion, and where the evolutionary psychologists and many others, they cannot find the right trajectory that where would the grief solutions give recovery goes. My presentation is assessment and management of grief. And there is one caveat, that is in pre-COVID or post-COVID situations, whether there is any difference in the grief resolutions, different stages, etc., etc. But first of all, the basic assumptions regarding what is grief, what is bereavement, etc. There are different names, and probably the earliest being slides are changing. No, it's a problem.
Just click on the next arrow button on your laptop, so we can check your slide is moving on.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, your slide is moving. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, definition-wise, there are few terms we know, and interchangeably we use this, like grief, bereavement, mourning, and probably the mourning is the oldest word, and it is coming from the word morman, that is Proto-Indo-European origin, and possibly from Indian Swaran or Smer, to Murman, then morning. And Freud, Sigmund Freud, in his famous writing, about a century back, mentioned mourning and melancholia, where to Freud, it was the explanatory model for this mourning and melancholia. That is, mourning is a gradual relinquishment of the bond with the disease to the lost relationship, and thereafter we can only reach the resolution phases. And for melancholia, the sadness is from within. And in cases of mourning, the sadness is coming from outside. That was Freud's explanation primarily. And so far as the term grief concerned, grief is etymologically coming from what I think gravis or gravier, is a Latin word. That means it's too heavy. It's a heavy thing, and it's a heavy emotion. And the current meaning is there is intense sorrow which follows one loss. And it can follow any kind of loss, not necessarily that is the death. Even after our breakups in relationships, even after moving from our ancient place to any other places, even when there is loss of trust, loss of autonomy, loss of health, the grief spectrum encompasses all this. And for the definition word is bereavement. Bereavement is related to, especially to the death sphere. And depending upon the situations, what Professor Bhagavati was telling, there may be anticipatory grief, complicated grief, disenfranchised grief. And this anticipatory grief we often seen in whenever one of our family members affected with cancers or Alzheimer's disease, one of our parents, then we feel what is anticipatory grief. And most of the time, the grief is a natural and normal response to the stress. And with initial presentation with disbelief, numbness, inner restlessness, searching from something who has been separated from us, and getting many memories of the lost relationships and so on. And thereafter, after a few days or few months, through the grieving process, ultimately we reach that space that is known as resolution, when we can stabilize ourselves. And this giving process is yet to be discussed later on. And in cases of prolonged grief or complicated grief, these are complicated by so many factors. Some persons are more vulnerable. Suppose the hidden cause behind this is so sudden, untimely, or sometimes our patient, our client, or family members commit suicide, or the victim of murder or homicide, or the victim of terrorism. Or for this situation, I must say, the COVID is that situation where many of us are grief-stricken for a prolonged period of time, because this is totally unexpected, unpredictable, unnatural in nature to us. And these are the few terms. Then we're going to the theories. So far as our grief-stricken theory is concerned, in our back of the mind, whenever we are talking about grief and bereavement, the name of Elizabeth Kubler-Ross is there. But many years before Kubler-Ross, there was a person who expressed his sharing of assessment and management of the Coconut Grove nightclub fire disaster victims. There's a survivor or the grievers of that nightclub fire occasion. That was Eric Lindemann, and he shared his experience, and that was probably what I can think that is in American Journal of Psychiatry that was published. He expressed that there was somatic distress with numbness and preoccupations with sad memories of the deceased, definitely guilt, anger, loss of regular patterns of conduct, and identification with the deceased. And in consonance with Lindemann's descriptions in American Journal of Psychiatry, there was two other papers. One of them was from J.L. Angel, who asked that whether grief is a disease at all that can be treated. That is the sources of dilemma, and not only because of that, but this is one of the factors that grief-related postulates has been kept separately in the other areas of along with attenuated psychosis syndrome and so many areas, that other areas of importance in DSM-5 as the prolonged complicated bereavement procedure, because we don't know whether this grief is a self-limiting procedure, and through those grieving process, this self-limitations goes towards the limitations and end there. So there is some doubt, but as such, there is no doubt regarding the emotional, cognitive, physical, or behavioral responses regarding grief. Before we are going to Elizabeth Kubler-Ross model, we must say that John Bowlby and his student Mary Ainsworth, later Mary Parks, we are actually indebted towards this person for the unique attachment theory. Basically, the grief is so painful, the suffering is painful, sadness is painful, but these are all inevitable things. Why? The answer was with John Bowlby, because this attachment process, he explained the attachment as well as our loss behavior. What follows after the loss of a relationship, loss through death, loss through so many factors I have already mentioned. Basically, our inbuilt trait, our inbuilt human trait is just like a Velcro. It attaches securely or insecurely, try to attach the surrounding anything. That is why whenever we are losing something, there is pain. There is pain. And the cause of the mechanism of death, the mechanism of loss, there are certain incompleteness. And this incompleteness is our grief work. That is the unresolved grief factor we have to address. And professionals are very much poor at this. So whatever be the model, we are going through the theories, and after that, we would like to tell that is there any difference in COVID situation regarding our grief work or grief recovery work. Bowlby's model includes, there are 4 phases. These are shock and numbness. Whenever we detect that there is a loss, then the yearning and searching. This yearning is very important. According to all the psychoanalysts, psychologists, psychiatrists, and researchers in this field, the yearning means longing for the person, longing for the lost relationship, and the searching behavior that is also evident in children experimented, used or Mary Ainsworth. And the third one is despair and disorganization. Ultimately, the 4th phase is going to reorganize, and this is the recovery phase. This is the famous grief model, but this is Kubler-Ross model. The famous model, the mnemonic represent is the Tabda principle, that is running from the denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. And out of this time constraint, I am not going into the detail of this. I think most of our students know this. And actually, there are certain limitations. because Kubler-Ross was working for the dying people, and these are the emotional expressions towards the. We are applying this, as this is a very popular model. We are readily generalizing this and applying this as a grieving model. In the latter half of her career, Kubler-Ross represent, particularly just before her death in 2004, the grief and grieving procedures explained by Kubler-Ross well. But this Kubler-Ross cycle is actually, this Dabda model is actually the representation of a dying person's acceptance through the phases. And this is not a unitary straight phenomena. Actually, this is labyrinthine, and any phases, as such, there is no rule that after denial or anger or after depression, there may be the one anger phase. It can return. And there are certain limitations of so far as our knowledge concerned, most of the grieving individuals, their problem resolves after some time. After all those phases, actually, the normal grief response will resolve within 4 to 6 months. Within the first 4 to 6 months, that will resolve. But some persons are much more vulnerable to this. And there are certain vulnerability factors. We can say this, that is, as pre-existing vulnerability factors. That is, the avoidant and insecure attachment as personally attachment. This may be the underlying cause of prolonged grief. There are certain neurobiological factors, but we are not going into the detail of neurobiology right now. But just a brief mention about the short allele of serotonin gene promoter polymorphism of 5-HTT-LPR, prior loss and adverse experiences, pre-existing psychotic disorder, psychiatric disorders, family history of psychiatric disorder, substance abuse. This could be the factors that can act as pre-existing vulnerability factors. But if there is successful negotiation, if there is history of successful negotiation of earlier losses, the defense mechanism, the defense style could be mature defense, the mature defense ranging from altruism, asceticism, anticipation, suppression, sublimation, and sense of humor. That is important for this negotiation, and presence of optimism that may be protective in preventing the prolonged grief formation. Nature of the lost relationship is very important. I think the most accepted form of relationship when our parents in a mature stage, the normal societally accepted death diet, that is the most accepted form in all the in all the societies or countries. But the significant relationship between mother and child is very important, this attachment. That's why the most of the grievers or pathological grief or complicated grief is by females, and particularly whenever there's a loss of child. This is most important thing. Then to spouse or partner, and thereafter the parents. This is another CSP mnemonic. Child, then spouse or partner, then parent. Circumstances of death, the untimely death. In the COVID situation, we have experienced, all of us experience from the initiation of hospitalization, then in isolation, ICU, HDU, whether our beloved one is in BiPAP, we are getting news from the telephonic calls, etc. Sometimes not getting any news for 1 or 2 days more, getting false news, etc. The circumstances of death, as such, there is no scope to grieve on, and as such, there is no scope. Just like sudden unexpected death, there is no formation of ritualistic behavior. From Eric Barnian principle, we know that our primary communication starts with withdrawal and next is ritual. We are unable to perform any kind of rituals. That is also loss of communication. And actually, the guilt-born mind of the relatives, the grievers, actually the survivors, they anticipate the problem separately. Possibly the survivor who is also COVID positive there. That's why sudden unexpected death, that what is evident in cases of suicidal death, COVID death, and circumstances of death is very important. Then we come to the social support. The positive social support, perceived social support with good relationship, with hopefulness is very important. If it is negative, that may influence in other ways. And there are multiple other adversities like financial problems, loss of resources, multiple, the loss of identity, loss of friends, anyone, the transitions of our self-role. These are multiple other adversities that can promote towards the trajectories heading towards the grief. These are the vulnerability factors. And there are certain mental health consequences and the physical. Actually, there is a dearth of research, and we need to have more research articles in these aspects of grief, because the evidence of increased mortality that is most pronounced in male, and that is also within the first 6 months of the loss. Changed health behaviors. We are attending, we are medicating us more and more, admitting ourselves. And this is a stressful situations. Therefore, inclined towards more changed health behaviors, and mental health consequences are definitely anxiety, depression. There is a definite sometimes if there is untimely sudden deaths like COVID death, there is a post-traumatic stress disorder and substance use disorder. And what I have told, that is prolonged grief disorder, that is also under the mental health consequences headline of grief. Persistent complex bereavement disorder. There are 3 symptoms. One of the 3 symptoms of separation distress is there, particularly the yearning. And the minimum of, this is a projection, this is actually the proposition that what should be the structure of criteria of persistent complex bereavement disorder. The minimum of 5 from 9 other symptoms experience at least and distressing or disruptive level. That is shock, emotional numbness, avoidance of the reality of the loss, difficulty accepting the loss, feeling of meaninglessness, difficulty moving on with life, bitterness over the loss, mistrust, a diminished sense of self. This, out of these 9, actually 5 should be present to categorize this under this prolonged complicated grief disorder. Reactive distress to the death, social or identity disruption, a desire to die in order to be with the deceased, feeling alone, confusion about one's role in life, and excessive avoidance of reminders. Once upon a time, it was called a traumatic bereavement or traumatic grief. The prevalence is around 2.4 to 4.8 cases of females, and suicidal ideation, so suicidal risk is very high there. If these symptoms persist more than 12 months in adults or more than 6 months in children, then we can categorize this under this domain. But this is only proposition still in DSM-5. There are few other defined points, that is inhibited or delayed griefs or chronic griefs. In cases of inhibited or delayed, initial 1 or 2 months, there is no grief. Apparently, the person is maintaining well. But in spite of this, after sudden, sudden revocation of this, there may be the grief responses, the behavioral responses after that, and chronic grief persists, and there are possibilities of anniversary reactions related to the remains, related to the important days in the lost relationship, or related to the important dates in the life of the deceased person. Now we are going to the assessment and management part, what Professor Bhagavati already told in the very outset, that basically we have to assess properly the cause of death, the situation of death, the consequences. And one thing I must say, there are certain factors. These factors are actually incomplete business with that person. Relationship, unresolved grief is still yet to be completed. That is why that is the main point, and during assessment we have to assess that. At the same time, we are also telling that whether grief is at all a medical condition, whether grief is to be commented or counted under the disorder section of ourselves, or it's a normal process. For most of us, grief is limited. We have our own grieving process, our own inner process. And otherwise, if we do not go through this pain and sadness that is inevitable, then the unresolved grief solicited by the unsolicited advices of so many persons that just go on, don't cry over the spilled milk, like this, actually the problem intensified. That's why we have to assess it primarily, and most bereaved people do not require counseling even. So during assessment, we have to determine the basis of intervention, whether it is at all needed, at what level that is to be needed. Number two, the pharmacotherapy. Use of antidepressants or other medications is not required unless there are some complications. There is a problem. With a psychiatrist, we become befooled when there is no scope to medicate, because we are currently running in the biological perspective of psychiatry. That's why we are at loss whenever we are facing such situations in our professional life, that as such there is no medication, but we have to console. We have to do some grief work. And this assessment process, it should be as simple as possible and synchronous with the need and do no harm principle. And counseling.
Dr. Bandyopadhyay, just a second. I just want to. Yeah. We have almost come to the end of the time. Please, yeah.
No problem, sir. 5 minutes. Counseling bereaved people requires hopeful and compassionate therapeutic intervention should recognize human sufferings, validate person's strength, respect their spiritual needs. 3 points to be kept in your mind. And there are supportive and expressive therapies, particularly the most important is guided grief work and crisis intervention. There are provisions for family-focused grief therapy, interpersonal therapy, and cognitive behavior therapy as well. Actually, to resolve grief, we have to rely most on our emotions, not on our intelligence or intellects or crystallized intellectual views. And that is the problem of our society. We have been taught that there are so many sentences that don't cry from the very beginning, from our childhood, that don't feel bad. We are ready to console one person with inaccurate words. First of all, this is don't feel bad. Second one, replace the loss. Suppose one person who has immediate breakup with some other person, some other friend. So it is very easy to tell that just go on. There are so many fishes in the river. So replace the loss. This is another inaccurate one. Grieve alone. Don't share anything. If you have to grieve for a prolonged period, the society will avoid you, isolate you. To grieve alone. Just give it time. The time is the best healer, we say. But this is a wrong concept in case of this. This is intellectual. These are all intellectual truths. But we are unable to cope with where the need is emotive. Be strong for others. You were there. You have to be more strong for this. These are the words. These are the sentences. Keep busy yourselves. But whenever we are going through this recovery process, we see that this won't work. Particularly for 10 to 15% of persons with the recent loss experience, this won't work. These are intellectually very true sentence, very correct, politically correct sentence, but that won't work. The ultimate outcome is a big zero. And that's why I am just keeping this one, the only to mention the first point, that there is incomplete scenes of unresolved grief. We have to complete this. And no one is there. Only the person who is grieving is to console himself to find out where is the unresolved conflicts. This unnatural and untimely deaths, there is sometimes we told this for this untimely death, there are guilt-ridden experiences. But we should ask that, would you miss your loved one any less if he or she had died some other way? The loss is same, the grief is same. This is untimely, and out of our inadequate structures, inadequate oxygen supply, inadequate hospital beds, inadequate vaccinations, and so many things, we are grieving a lot. And we have to keep in our mind that all relationships are unique, therefore all recovery is individual. Focusing on the shared intellectual truth, the truth that is type of loss does not promote the process of recovery. This is very important, and this is, I'm skipping this, both two, this is Rado's formula and another is Warden's formula. But I must mention two more things. During grief work, whenever we are saying that, as such, there is no consolation from our intellectual truths that is commonly practiced. As such, there is no gain from eating, fooding, shopping, reading books, etc. We are still listless, we are still restless. Then there are two processes. Then the guided grief work follows. This is just make your own lost history graph. Basically, we are the same poet writing the same poetry throughout our life. Though first we have to count our, just take one simple paper, just draw a line across the paper, and from your beginning to the right now, you are in that position. You have to draw this line. There are different negative effects, different breakups. Sometimes grandfather died, brother died, and divorces, and anything. And you have to chart it on this paper. This is known as loss history graph, and the reactions produced, the coping mechanisms delivered during these phases, we are using same and same. And next one is the relationship graph. Relationship graph is just pick one relationship, the lost relationship. The person is not there, but person may be there, but he or she is not ready to present after some divorce or lost relationship. Grief is applicable all those cases. That's why the positive emotions has been depicted on the upper side of that line. This is relationship curve. And the negative emotions produced in that relationship throughout 8 years, 10 years, 20 years, and many more, the lower part. Then we have to complete our unfinished business and unresolved conflicts. Whenever we are facing that, we are unwilling to think about or talk about someone who is died or through any other loss, if fond memories turn painful, if you want to talk anybody about the positive or only negative aspects of life, it seems that there is unresolved grief. And that's why the apology, forgiveness is for our sake. Forgiveness is that word resented by so many persons. But forgiveness in our psychological principle is very important to free ourselves and to complete our emotional statements. That is why, and be honest in making this. So your grief journey is unique, It is individualistic, and after all these things, finding meaning in the relationships actually put more emphasis in respecting the person we lost. We lost the relationship, but ultimately finding meaning in it. See is David Kessler. Students may go to his grief.com, and this is my last slide. The picture of Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. She was one of the great thinkers, and among the 100 20th century great thinkers, she is in the 100th list of Life magazine. And in her first book on death and dying, this quote from Rabindranath Tagore was there on the fear of death. In Bengali, Bipode more rakkha karo, eno hemor prarthona. Let me not pray to be sheltered from dangers, but to be fearless in facing them. So that's why we have to put more strength on our shoulder. And for us, our mental health professionals, those all the postgraduate trainees, right now, I think we don't have any time for question answer session. We are running after time. That's why you may put your questions in the inbox, and I would glad to provide you answers if I am able to answer this. And thank you all for this. And over to Professor Bhagavati and Dr. Paul.
Thank you, Professor Gautam Pudupathi. It was, I really, it was very nicely spoken, and with the necessary pathos, in your voice, in your delivery, the pathos was there about the grief. People could feel it. I think it has come from your experience of working in the society with your NGO, and then, with your experience of interacting with various people, various age groups through the media and at the personal level also. Thank you very much. I asked everyone to PG students to put their question in the chat box, but till now there is nothing. May I request Dr. Dilip Pandal if he's there to give his concluding remarks? Yes. Yes. Dr. Dilip Pandal, yes. You're muted. You're muted. Please unmute. We can hear you. Please unmute.
Yeah, sir. Am I audible?
Yes. Now you are audible.
Yes, sir. Okay. So good afternoon to everybody. It's the presentation from Gautam. It's a wonderful presentation and the exhaustive presentation. It's a very nice. I think all the students will be sincerely, they will be much obliged to Gautam, and it's a very nice presentation. So I hope the question, sir, Bhagavati sir, do you want they will ask some question now, or they can put the question?
They can put the question in the chat box, and then when the organizers say that we can go for
I think so, because it's late. We are late.
Yes.
So the next presentation should be there. Right, sir?
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Gautam Pudupathi, and thanks to all the participants. Thank you, Dr. Mandal. Now we go back to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Namaskar, Bhagavati sir.
Namaskar.
After a pretty long time.
After a long time, yes. Yeah. Enjoy it. Yeah. So back to the organizer.
Sir, for enlightening us about the assessment and management of grief during the COVID pandemic. And I am thanking Dr. Deepesh Bhagavati and Dr. Dilip Mandal sir for chairing the session. Now we move on to the second session. I hand over the mic to Dr. Nirjari Parikar. She is the final year PGT of SOM, and I am from SOM Hospital. Over to Dr. Nirjari.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Sujata ma'am. I am Dr. Nirjari Parikh. Let's start our session with the topic towards ICD-11 highlights of new developments by our speaker, Dr. Asim Kumar Malik and Dr. Chandrasekhar Tripathi.                                                                                                                                                                        . Dr. Asim Kumar Malik, sir. He is the professor and head of Department of Psychiatry, College of Medicine and Sargadatta Hospital, Kolkata. And he is the past president of IPS Eastern Zone and honorary treasurer and
Dr. Parik,
honorary
ma'am, your
general
slide is
secretary.
not visible.
And is it not? Okay. Just a second. It's not visible. Slides are not visible. Okay. And our chairperson, Dr. Chandrasekhar Tripathi, he is the professor and head of the Department of Psychiatry at MKCG Medical College from 2003. And he has done more than 10 publications so far in national journals and 2 books published on psychiatry. I would kindly request honorable chairpersons to introduce our speaker.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
I request
I am
our
Dr.
speaker
Asim.
to kindly consider the timing. Please, sir.
Hello.
So good afternoon. Good afternoon all. Now I will introduce our speaker, Dr. Sujit Sarkel, who is currently Associate Professor of Institute of Psychiatry, Calcutta, and is the editor of a Bengal Journal of Psychiatry, Associate Editor in the Indian Journal of Psychiatry, and is the Assistant Editor in the Indian Journal of Psychological Medicine. And he will be speaking on towards ICD-10 highlights of new development. And as you know, ICD-11 will eventually replace the ICD-10 as the global standard for coding health information and cause of death. So the ICD-11 is developed and regularly updated by WHO, and it is originally published on 25th May 2019. There is no deadline for its complete implementation, but it will come in fully electronic system. It will provide access to more than 17,000 diagnostic categories and more than 1 lakh medical diagnostic index terms. Now I will over to our speaker, Dr. Surjit Sarkel, for speaking. Thank you.
Hello. 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 You can start.
Yes, I'll just go through. I will just seeing whether the slides are. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay.
You are audible.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Yes.
Is the screen visible?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Visible.
My thanks to the chairperson and also to the organizing committee and the CME chairperson and also the president and secretary of the East Zone IPS for this opportunity here. Basically, as Dr. Tripathi has said that in the coming year, basically in 2022, ICD-11 is expected to be gradually implemented in its member countries, India being one of the key members. So I think gradual familiarization with the ICD-11 would be necessary for the PGs, especially it will become more and more important in the coming years. So just a touch of the chronology. June 2018, the pre-final version was released and approved in 2019 by the World Health Assembly. And approval means that ultimately it will be used in a phased manner expectedly from January 2022. So what are the basic changes or the basic approaches in ICD-11, what they have followed? So first of all, they have tried to follow the lifespan approach in the diagnosis, which basically means that there is no segregation of disorders like this will happen in childhood, again anxiety in adulthood as separate categories. So basically, supposing there is an over-anxious disorder of childhood and generalized anxiety disorder of adulthood, so the entire thing will be classified under one broad category. So it is a lifespan approach. This is one. Next is emphasis, like previous ICDs, has always been on clinical utility. You see, There are differences in the research approach and the clinical utility, although always the diagnostic systems try to merge the two, but there is always a difference. But basically, emphasizing on clinical utility has been the prerogative of the ICD team, and they have tried to do it in ICD-11 more emphatically. Dimensions within categories. Classically, all nosological systems, DSM ICD, have been a category-based system, separate categories. But now they have tried to make more and more dimensional. For example, the category may be of, say, the neurodevelopmental disorders. Autism has been made as autism spectrum disorders. So it is basically a dimension within a category. That approach has been followed. More emphasis, this is very, very important because ICD is used worldwide. So they have found that it is very important to emphasize the culture related issues in incorporating the diagnosis. So you cannot impose the Western culture on the Orient or the African countries. So cultural related issues have been given much more emphasis in ICD-11. There has been also a change in the developmental, in the organization of the chapters. That means a disorder which is expected to happen at a younger age, the neurodevelopmental disorders, they are the early part, and the neurocognitive disorders, which usually happen in older individuals, they are in the end. So basically, even in the arrangement of categories, they have tried to follow a developmental perspective. And there has been another change, like a part of the sleep disorders have been moved away from the mental health disorder section, and a part of it has been put in the neurology, although they have been connected. But this is one change. Same with gender identity disorder. You see, gender identity related all disorders used to be in the mental health section, but now it has been argued that probably it was stigmatizing this group of individuals, and there are many other issues which I will not discuss. So as a result, it has been moved out of the mental health section to a separate sexual health section. So this is basically a broad overview. So once we go through the broad overview, I'll just touch upon a few diagnoses which have newly been incorporated, entities which were not there, and also most of it were not there in DSM-5 also. So just a brief look. This is olfactory reference disorder. Basically, a person is persistently preoccupied with the belief that he is emitting foul odor, and this foul odor is bothering or disturbing the people around him. So as a result, he repeatedly tries to cover up his body odor with deodorant, takes repeated baths, and often avoids social situations. Sometimes it leads to marked avoidance and withdrawal. Basically, if you remember the culture-bound syndromes, you will recall that there is an entity called Taijin Kaifushu, which was very popular, common in Japanese culture. So now it has been found that this olfactory reference disorder is pretty common in other cultures also, and it has been given a separate diagnostic, and it has been put in obsessive compulsive and related disorders category because the behavior is related to checking and obsessive kind of a thing. Post-traumatic stress disorder, we all know. So basically characterized by re-experiencing of the trauma, avoidance related to the trauma, avoidance of the situations which produce the trauma. And there is always a persistence of heightened threat as if something may happen related to autonomic involvement also. So here is a concept of complex post-traumatic stress disorder, which has been categorized under the heading of trauma and stress related disorders. So basically, what is complex PTSD? Complex PTSD was basically recognized as an entity when it was found that people were being exposed to unending trauma. Means supposing they have been taken up in a place, put as a hostage, and tortured for years and years together. So these kinds of trauma not only leads to the typical PTSD features, but also leads to problems in affect regulation. There are severe mood disturbances, difficulty in forming relationship, and also there is difficulty or problem in the concept of self. So this is a new category of complex PTSD, and it is expected to lead to a major change in categories which were previously dumped under PTSD. The treatment approach will obviously also differ. This is another interesting category. This is avoidant and restrictive food intake disorder. If you remember, there was a small category of feeding disorder of infancy and childhood. Basically, the person reduces the intake of food, but it is not associated with any disturbance in body image like anorexia nervosa. That is the basic idea. So if you are severely reducing your food intake, there will be failure to gain weight there. And if you have weight, it will lead to significant weight loss. But in adults, if you repeatedly question them, there is no associated expressed or unexpressed disturbance of body image. So that is what differentiates this group of disorders from the classical anorexia nervosa. Binge eating disorder, that was also a well-recognized entity, but unfortunately it was not there in ICD-10. So recurrent episodes of binge eating may not be followed by compensatory vomiting or purging. Weight gain and obesity may or may not be present. So it is just characteristic binges occurring repeatedly, which is the hallmark of this group of disorders. And previously they used to be put in those, dumped categories like other and unspecified eating disorders. So field trials have shown that binge eating disorder deserves a different and a separate category. This is another interesting disorder. I don't know whether you have seen programs in National Geographic where they have actually shown people suffering from this disorder. Is basically the problem with my body to the extent that I am comfortable being disabled. So if I'm having my intact sense organs, I may actually think of or dream of becoming a blind person, a lame person, that kind of a thing. So there is a tremendous preoccupation with being disabled. So as a result, the person can either repeatedly fantasize or tell the therapist that I want to get disabled because being fully abled doesn't suit me or causes lots amount of dysphoria. The person may behave in a manner similar to a disabled person. He may spend hours in the wheelchair just to behave like a disabled person, or sometimes in severe cases, he may actually cause such severe injuries that it can lead to amputation. There are cases when the person has put his hands inside ice packs for hours, almost creating a situation akin to a frostbite, so that the surgeons have been forced to amputate the hands, and that has given them more satisfaction. So this is a severe kind of body integrity dysphoria. Gaming disorder, I think it has been known to everybody now that gaming disorder, not internet addiction, it can be gaming, online gaming as well as offline gaming. So gaming disorder is now a part of formal ICD diagnosis. There has been controversies, but basic idea is there is impaired control, gives excessive priority over other behaviors, and it has been categorized as the disorders due to addictive behaviors. So basically, under addictive behaviors, ICD has shifted or added some cases of behavioral addiction. So behavioral addiction is now becoming more and more of a recognized entity in the nosology. Compulsive sexual behavior disorder is another interesting entity. Basically, excessive preoccupation with sexual activities that becomes the central focus of one's life. Repeated attempts are there to control this behavior, but the patient is unable. That can be real sexual encounters, pornography, encounters with sexual material, sexual chat, but that becomes the central theme around which the individual's life hovers around, irrespective of the consequences. However, although the character is similar to a behavioral addiction, it has currently been put under impulse control disorders, primarily because ICD says that they do not yet have sufficient evidence to put it under behavioral addiction. So basically, compulsive sexual behavior disorder is a new diagnostic entity put under impulse control disorders. Prolonged grief disorder, I will not waste your time because Professor Bandyopadhyay has very beautifully depicted all these in his talk. I'll just say that grief as an entity with its typical longing, yearning for the dead, if it lasts beyond 6 months as per ICD-11, with same amount of intensity, causing disruption in daily functioning, prolonged grief disorder is now a valid diagnosis. There is also a new list of disorders, but I have not talked about it because most of you are already familiar because they have already been described in DSM-5 and the picture in ICD is not much different from that. But they are new to ICD-11 because they were not there in ICD-10. Bipolar 2 disorder, hoarding disorder, body dysmorphic disorder, excoriation disorder, this is skin picking disorder, intermittent explosive disorder, and premenstrual dysphoric disorder. So this is a list of some of the disorders which are new to ICD-11 but had appeared previously in DSM-5. So now, having just given you a highlight of a few new disorders, I will just briefly touch upon the broader categories, the categories that have newly come up or some changes that have taken place in the categories. So you see, neurodevelopmental disorders is basically those disorders of childhood, basically starting in childhood, which have a neurodevelopmental perspective. It is not lumped as disorders in childhood. It is basically, they have given a neurodevelopmental perspective to the disorder. So previously, the stigmatizing term of mental retardation has been removed by disorders of intellectual development. Autism has been changed to, the separate categories have been removed. So it is a dimensional category of autism spectrum disorders. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder has been categorized under a neurodevelopmental disorder. That is a major shift in the chain, in the stand, compared to disruptive behavior disorder. Previously, it used to be categorized as externalizing problem, where you become more aggressive like conduct and ODD, but no, ADHD is now a neurodevelopmental disorder. Tic disorder is now also used in neurological classification, but it is cross-linked with the neurodevelopmental disorder section of mental health. Schizophrenia, I think almost similar to DSM-5, the subtypes have been removed. DSM-5 has completely removed the importance of bizarre delusions. ICD-11 has not done that. But the excessive importance that was given to Schneiderian first-rank symptoms have been toned down to an extent that simply having a single FRS will not be good enough to make a diagnosis of schizophrenia. There have been a lot of course specifiers which have been added and the subtypes have been removed. So basically one diagnosis of schizophrenia, and I think we will all have to take note of this because it's so different from our usual practice. Similarly, schizotypal, schizoaffective, grossly it remains the same. Schizotypal is also, ICD has written its stand. It is not put it into personality disorders. It remains a lowly attenuated schizophrenia-like disorder. The section has been given schizophrenia / primary psychotic disorders, and they have said that primary means psychosis is the core feature of the disorder. See, schizophrenia, delusional disorder, acute and transient psychotic disorder, these are core psychotic disorders, unlike mania with psychotic symptoms, depression with psychotic symptoms. So basically primary means psychosis is the primary diagnosis, not mood or not any other diagnosis. So that is the meaning. And in acute and transient psychotic disorder, practically the polymorphic variety, which was supposed to be found to be most reliable and valid, has been retained. The other categories have either been removed or they have been subsumed in other categories. For example, acute schizophrenia-like psychotic disorder is now a part of schizophrenia. Mood disorders, not much to say, quite similar to bipolar, quite similar to DSM-5, almost similar. 2-3 things I will want to include. The persistent mood disorder section has been removed. So dysthymia is now a part of depressive disorders, and cyclothymia is a part of the bipolar spectrum. Mixed anxiety and depressive disorder, which was there as a part of anxiety disorders, is currently being moved to the mood disorder section. So it is mixed depressive and anxiety disorders, that is the new name. And they have found that it is basically the depressive features predominate. So that is another change. And now the bereavement section is no more exclusion. So if you are grieving, that does not mean that you cannot have depression. Only the threshold for diagnosing depression is a little higher than in normal cases. So it has to be very severe depression, death wishes, suicidal ideation, or preoccupation with depressed theme other than that of the dead. So this is all about mood disorder highlight. Catatonia, this is very, very important. Catatonia has at last been given a diagnosis. You see, there used to be, previously our seniors used to say that catatonia or catatonic syndrome deserves a separate diagnosis. So ultimately what we see that ICD has given a totally separate category to catatonia. Catatonia has specifiers. It may be associated with mood disorders, may be associated with psychoactive substances, that means including drugs, psychotropic drugs, everything, or it can be secondary to a neurological condition. But catatonia is and becomes a separate diagnostic category. There has been a major change in the anxiety disorder section. What they have basically done is the factor analytic studies have shown that there is the distinction between anxiety and phobia is very superficial and overlapping. So that extra number of categories have been removed. So basically, all the anxiety related disorders have been put under one umbrella. OCD is not there. Separation anxiety and selective mutism have been included. So if you are an adult and if you have a break in a romantic relationship, you may be diagnosed with separation anxiety disorder as per ICD-11. And in social anxiety disorder, the fear of negative evaluation, this was not there in the previous chapters. This also shows a shift in the stand of ICD. Previously, it is, the concept of only public appearance problem. So no, here is a fear of negative evaluation, which we always thought was a part of social, part of cluster C personality. So now it is a part of social anxiety disorder. And fear of panic attacks and attempts to avoid them has been added as added criteria for panic disorder. Obsessive compulsive and related disorders, just like DSM-5, has been given a new section, and you can see a whole lot of disorders here, which is completely new to ICD-11 in compared to ICD-10. You have OCD, hoarding disorder, body focused repetitive behavior, hypochondriasis, olfactory reference disorder, I have already said. OCD is now more broad in ICD, just like DSM. It has included mental compulsions for the first time. Dimensions of insight has been added to all the categories, whether it is hoarding disorder or whether it is hypochondriasis or OCD, with poor insight, with fair insight, and with good insight. So these are the specifiers which have been added. And now, unlike previous years, OCD and depression can be diagnosed together. Previously, ICD did not allow that. Just like previously, ICD did not allow a comorbid diagnosis of autistic spectrum disorder with hyperactivity. Now you can diagnose autistic spectrum disorder with ADHD. Similarly, you can diagnose OCD and depression as per ICD. Substance disorder related disorders, not much to say, only to re-emphasize that behavioral addiction has been included. So gambling disorder and gaming disorder are a part of addictive disorders now. The harmful use category, we thought that it may be abolished. On the contrary, it has been broadened to include two things. Even a single episode of substance use can cause harmful use. You have to say that single episodes harmful use. So single use can also cause harm. And also harm to self is not only there, harm to others is also included. So if you are drinking and driving and hurting others, so that can also lead to a diagnosis of harmful use. And all categories of substances have been dealt with separately, not clubbed together like ICD-10. So almost towards the end, just one or two slides more, just to say that personality disorders has undergone a sea change, a complete change in ICD-10. So here you only diagnose one personality disorder based on disorders in the areas of self, interpersonal relationship, and dysfunction, stable pattern and chronicity. That is it. You diagnose a single personality disorder, not the separate categories. And there are specifiers which you can add as maladaptive traits, negative affectivity, detachment similar to the schizoid traits, dissociality similar to the antisocial personality, disinhibition, and anencastia, similar to cluster C traits. But this is going to lead to a major change in the diagnostic criteria of personality, and also is going to influence clinics and research alike. Borderline pattern has been kept as an optional specifier. They say that there were many patients who were undergoing therapy for borderline diagnosis. So there was a concern raised that their therapy or their insurance may be affected. So an optional borderline pattern specifier was kept. Last two slides, other categories, trauma, major changes, not too many changes, but as I have described, disorders of bodily stress and bodily experience. This is basically the somatoform disorder category. Disruptive behavior and dissocial disorders. This includes conduct and oppositional defiant disorders. Paraphilic disorders, all the disorders of sexual preference that was previously there has been clubbed into paraphilic, and neurocognitive disorders, basically delirium, dementia, and similar kind of disorders. So the concluding points are like this, that it's, you see, after almost 30 years, we have come out with another new ICD. There's a lot of research, a lot of field trials involved, and we should have a serious look at what are the major changes, because this is going to stay for at least 15 to 20 years. Extensive efforts to maintain scientific validity as well as clinical utility. Attempts have been made to harmonize with DSM-5 as far as possible, but ICD-11 has not lost its flavor. It remains a picture-fitting approach, not a menu-driven approach. So the broad picture of the diagnosis is given, which suits the clinicians, and not the category-based 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of an approach. And it will have far-reaching implications in clinics and scientific research. You see, you can go on speaking for hours because it's a very big topic, but I have tried my best to stimulate some amount of interest in the postgraduate trainees to study more about ICD-11. So thank you very much for your patient listening.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, you are audible. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, Dr. Sujit, for your narration, and this will help our PG students much better. And we got some knowledge about the highlights about new development. And now we'll spare 5 minutes for discussion because we are in time. So may I request the audience to put questions to Dr. Sujit? Any questions? Now over to Dr. Asim Malik.
Yes. Thank you, Sujit, for your nice lucid lecture about the new thing, especially for our students and some of our professionals also. Actually, what we understand that IC11 written main features of this ICD-11 is the chapter structure. So few chapters are rescheduled, and the few new diagnostic categories with the change in the diagnostic criteria, especially the sexual disorder and sleep-wake cycle disorder, as the new admission of this group. And one more thing, which you told that to bring the DSM criteria and ICD criteria, few diseases were in the DSM criteria which was not in the past ICD-10. They ICD-11 give importance of those diagnoses and included in the ICD-11 categories. And the most important features of the ICD-11 is the dimensional approach in the categorical system. This is the main thing. So ICD-11 was characterized by focus on clinical utility, global applicability, and scientific validity. Thus, for mental health professional, evaluation of ICD-11 is always positive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sujit, for your nice share. So we would decide if there are no questions from the audience, we have mic to hand over to organizer.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a very wonderful presentation. Since we do not have any questions in the chat box, we would progress further to our next topic. And I would like to hand over this to Dr. Sujata Sahu, ma'am.
Dr. Nijiri. For the third topic of discussion today, the topic is the mental status examination in post-COVID, the new normal. And the speaker is Dr. R.K. Lenin Singh. And I am requesting to chair the session Dr. Srijit Bose and Dr. Nirmal Vera. Dr. Srijit Bose is the professor and head of the Department of Psychiatry of Kolkata National Medical College, Government of West Bengal. And Dr. Nirmal Vera is the head of the Department of Psychiatry in the Medical College, and he is working as a currently nodal officer of DMHP Darjeeling and OST Darjeeling. Sir has also awarded PhD from NP University, and Sir has more than 30 papers in different international journals. Now I am requesting the chairperson to introduce our speaker and carry the session. Over to the chairperson. Request our chairperson to introduce our speaker, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon. Welcome you all in this scientific session. Today our topic is mental health examination, post-COVID mental health examination. Mental status examination should be done in all medical departments, no matter what the patient presents with. A quick look upon the general appearance, motor function, speech, affect, and thought, and perceptual disturbances could reveal a whole plethora of mental illnesses. Today, our speaker is Professor Lenin Singh. He is from Regional Institute of Medical Sciences, Imphal.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, you are sharing the screen or any difficulty in sharing the screen, sir? or we can share from our side.
Dr. Sujata, please unmute yourself. You're muted. You're muted, Dr. Sujata. Please unmute yourself.
Sir, if you're facing difficulty in sharing the screen, you send to, we can share from our side also.
Hello.
Please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it my time now? I was.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can.
Dr. Nirmal Bera's voice was this one. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You carry.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, yes, you are audible and visible. Welcome, Dr. Singh.
Thank you very much. This afternoon, we are here along with all our beloved students in the midst of COVID-19. And so it's not a normal time when we usually have our PGCME, but of course it has a different flavor because during this COVID time also, we are able to connect with each other, even though it is on a virtual platform. I would like to thank all the organizers and all the chair of today's my session, Dr. Nirmal Bara, and okay, and the co-chair. And because of the poor connectivity, I could not hear and see the chairs also. But nonetheless, I do give my regards to my chair and all the senior teachers and other co-resource persons here will be presenting to our students. My topic is a little bit of difficult for me in the sense that MSc itself is a very lengthy and a very meticulous area where we can take in 30 minutes time. And most of our senior PGs might be knowing. And I will target mostly to our first year. We don't have first year. Junior PGs, first year PGs are yet to come. And the explanations, I would focus on the areas where we usually come across when we go for examination in different medical colleges in our region. And of course, the organizers give me new challenges that this MSc examination should be in the new normal. What do you mean by new normal? That is also an area of debate. One philosopher, when my one teacher, one professor from philosophy in Manipur University was saying that there is nothing called new normal. Everything will become normal at that point of time. So from that point of time, now we are normal. And after some time when COVID is completely left us alone, that time also it will be normal of that time. So in this sense, there is nothing called new normal. But nonetheless, I understand what the organizers are asking me to talk about. We are very unfortunate now in the sense that most of our PGs are not getting their proper training and proper exposure to psychiatry and psychology. They are mostly engaged, especially in my institute, to the COVID duties. And only few days in a month, they used to come to our Department of Psychiatry for our proper learning and teaching process. Of course, we are dedicated to saving lives. So now, to begin with, MSc is defined as systemic collection of the observations and reported mental experiences that produce a picture of the patient's current mental state. It is of this time and of now only, and it has a depth of a few hours only, means we are trying to assess the mental state of that particular person at that point of time. And it may last for about 30 minutes when we are talking to the patient, or it might be break up into 2 sessions if the patient is not that very cooperative. It is for a few frame of time is there, and it is equivalent to physical examination in other disciplines. How do we diagnose a patient? It is mainly by mental state examination, because we are interested in the mental state of our patient. Accordingly, we are going to give treatment. Observation, then conversation, then exploration or testing. These are different areas where we used to dwell when we complete our mental state examination. Observation is also very important. Maybe in other fields also, for example, jaundice or anemia. At the time of patient's first meeting, the physician might be able to understand. Similarly, observation in our field of psychiatry is also very, very significant, and rather more significant than the other fields. So general appearance and behavior, psychomotor activity, speech, mood, affect, thought, perception, cognitive functions, and insight. These are the usual areas where we usually explore, and also the sequence in which we usually preferably go. So a few words with the general appearance and behavior. That estimated age, according to the data in the decade, there will be an age, but sometimes their age is apparently much older than their actual age. And sex, here I would like to emphasize that we should never forget about transgender. There is a coming up issue, and sometimes we misspell and they are not happy. Whether the patient is conscious, and Bill was given importance in the past, much importance, but now what I feel is that we are not giving that much of an importance to Bill nowadays in MSc. Gait, of course, dressing and grooming, personal hygiene, facial expression, posture, these will all give some significant information. Abnormal movement, eye contact, attitude towards examiner, and the rapport. These are areas where we can assess in the first meeting, a few minutes after meeting. Consciousness, of course, whether they are conscious or not, they are conscious. Then what are the levels of consciousness? Fully conscious, or they are having a different lesser degree of consciousness, like lethargy, obtundation, or even in extreme cases of stupor and coma. So in case of a stupor and coma, we are not going to complete the MSc in this formal presentation, but it will be in Kirby's way of uncooperative patients. Alertness, these are different grades. I will be adding all these slides for the junior colleagues when they come for the first time in our first year PG, we will be benefited. And body build is picnic, athletic, and leptosomes. These are not given much attention, but gait is very important. Ataxic gait, fascinating gait, lurching gait, spastic gait. I will not be getting time to explain all these things. Ectasia abasia is very important because in psychiatry, the gaits, also known as Bloch's disease, is inability to work or stand in a normal manner. And stumping may be associated with the dissociative disorders. Stumping gait, circumduction gait, and waddling gait. These are neurological conditions. Dressing is also important. Depending on overdressing and underdressing, or appropriate dressing or inappropriate dressing, we can have some idea. For example, for a chronic schizophrenia, the dressing will be so odd and very inappropriate. And for many patients, there will be inappropriate, but in the sense that they will be overdressing or overdone makeups and like that. So we are all taught in the first year PG. Personal hygiene and grooming. This usually our young exam appearing PGs usually forget. This is also very important. If they are able to keep their personal hygiene intact and they get groomed, it is a good sign. And mostly it belongs to the neurotic categories of diagnosis. But grooming, if they are doing over grooming, it will point towards mania or hypomania. Then facial expression. Earlier we have given much emphasis on the depressive facie, and then of course now we don't talk much about that. And it is different from an anxious person, and also it is different from a manic person, the way they express in their face, the face in the index of mind, and also the how they keep themselves in front of you. That will indicate a little bit of whether the patient is going to be a depressed, severely depressed patient, or an anxious patient, or a psychotic patient or a manic patient. Posture also, the very fidgety, very restless patient indicates anxiety, and the patient who is stooping and keeping very quiet and even not looking up properly to you might indicate a depressed patient. And similarly, there are many catatonic postures also. I will not go into details, but the importance of posture here also. So gradually, right from the patient coming into our examination room, then how they sit down and look at you, and how they keep themselves, how they are dressed, all these things are giving us hints, and we started giving our opinions in our mind that this patient is going to be this diagnosis. Sometimes it can be very, very wrong, but most of the time it is very pathognomonic. Eye contact is very important. And when we talk about eye contact, it is not that we should be giving staring look at the patient. That will scare away the patient, but whether they are facing us and listening to us, keeping eyes in contact with us from time to time. And it should not be 100%, but sometimes it is completely absent, and sometimes they consciously avoid. That indicates something. So if it is avoiding, then it indicates mostly the schizophrenic patients, for example. And if it is very avoiding type, they will be very shy and anxious type. A patient can also behave like that. So some of the attitudes of the patients towards the examiner, sometimes they are very hostile. Sometimes they will not respond. Sometimes they will not be cooperative. And sometimes they are very guarded, depending on the condition of the patient's mental frame of mind, mental state of mind. For example, guarded ones are the suspicious ones. They don't want to spell out exactly what they feel, exactly what they think, and that they will keep to themselves. They are suspicious. The hostile ones are people, they are having paranoid delusions, and those having hostile ideas and suspicious ideas. And those people who are hypomanic or manic, they will be very frank. And so there may be different levels of different attitudes towards the examiner. This seductive type, sometimes they are aware in our time we talk about the histrionic patients, histrionic personalities. They are usually that type of presentations where they're evasive patients tends to escape from an argument and shift topic in an organic psychosis or substance use disorder. This is very common amongst the substance use disorder. Who have talked with the drug users, you will know that they will try to under-report or over-report, or keep something unreported, depending on their interest. Next comes a repo. It's a very interesting or very important area in MSc. How do you define repo? It's a harmonious responsiveness of the physician to the patient and the vice versa. It's a good relationship in a very simple term between the patient and the caregiver, or patient and the physician. So repo is the first thing we try to establish when we initiate our MSc. When we cannot establish repo because of our lack of skill, or not giving proper attention to establishing repo, or the patient is such that it is very difficult to establish repo, that defines, gives us lots of hints about what will come after the end of the MSc. So repo is very important as far as possible, right from the beginning, as far as the patient comes in contact with us till now. I mean, when we go further, it's very important to establish the repo. It's a gradual process, but sometimes we establish repo very quickly, depending on the diagnosis and depending on our skill also. And sometimes we fail to establish repo when the patient is discharged from the ward even. So it depends on many factors. Psychomotor activity, there are two components. Many of the examiners would like to ask you, what are the psychomotor activities which are increased or decreased? And we can preferably talk about the motor activities and psychic activity. Anxiety, it will have both increase in the motor activity, that fidgety movement and all that, and also the psychic component that looks very anxious and restless. So both are increased. So it will be increased in mania, and both will be decreased in depression, and so on and so forth. There are different degrees. Please go through it when your leisure time, especially for the junior colleagues. These are signs and symptoms of catatonia, which can be also observed during this phase or later on. So when we go for further examination of the body movements and all. Tics are unusually repetitive, coordinated, and stereotypic movements, as you know, and there might be multiple tics, and there will be single tics. These are all you are accustomed. All are the movement disorders. And now coming to speech, it's very important. Whatever the patient thinks, whatever the patient feels, are communicated through speech. And so if we can elicit the speech properly, it is our advantage, and the vice versa. The speech should be evaluated very properly, and also the speech sample in verbatim has to be recorded in the examination. When the examiner does not know the language also, we can guess whether the sample is appropriate with the this one comment the student is giving. Topics given for collecting the speech should be preferably an abstract topic, but sometimes they will not respond because the patients are of varied type and they will not be able to talk on an abstract topic. Then we can give an easier one, descriptive topic. Even then they cannot conceptualize, then we can give an example of something very familiar to them. For example, if it is an Hindu, give an example of Holi or Diwali and talked about 3-4 lines on that, and there you can sense the different aspects of the speech which we are interested to evaluate. Intensity, the audible, some are very loud, for example in a manic patient, and it will be very soft and very this one even difficult to listen to in some conditions. Pitch is relatively highness or lowness of tone as perceived by the ear. So monotonous is the same tone most of the part of the speech. Then also quality, it denotes how the sound seems to the listener's mind, soft or hoarse. Prosody is very frequently we ask use of pitch, loudness, tempo, and rhythm in speech to convey information about the structure and the meaning of an utterance. Normal prosody or not. Reaction time, all of you know, increase or decrease, and when and where it is increased, when and where it is decreased. Speed, the rate, very slow, rapid, and pressure of speech. Pressure of speech is important and pathognomonic in certain cases. And the ease of speech, the patient sometimes is hesitant when they report to you. Mutism, that is sometimes they are mute, or that situational mutism is also found in certain conditions. And the slurring of speech, stuttering or stammering of speech, these are possible presentations. Whispering, muttering, and speaking only when questioned. There is no spontaneous speech. Then spontaneous speech is when they talk on their own and try to report their problem, that is. Then relevance, whether the answer is relevant or no, depending on that, we usually talk about relevant or not relevant or irrelevant. Now we talk about coherence, is the understandability, goal-directed, productivity. So time and the topic are not very this one, and so I will skip many of them and I will emphasize on areas where we usually fumble in the exam. But nonetheless, the slides are many, and it will be meant for the junior PGs. Mood, mood and affect are usually confused by many of the PGs in spite of 3 years training. Mood is the persistent and sustained emotion that colors the patient's perception of the world. Mood is the prevailing and conscious emotional feeling expressed by the patient, whereas the affect is the patient's present emotional responsiveness. So when we compare mood with the weather and the climate, and the affect with the weather, that means affect is a cross-sectional sort of thing, and the mood is a longitudinal condition of the patient. So what are important? Sometimes our PGs will inform about the mood and skip the affect, or vice versa, and the other way around. So quality of affect is very important. Dysphoric, anxious, irritable, depressed, euthymic, elevated, euphoric, elated, exalted, and ecstatic. These 5 conditions you have to be able to keep in your fingertips. Many examiners are interested to ask you and describe them. Intensity, diminished emotional response, and indifferent or no effect is this. This is flat, blunted, and shallow. All of them are found in different conditions. Blunted effect, flat effect, etc. Then next comes the mobility of the effect. It is constricted, is fixed, or labile. So in lability of effect, we usually ask, it's a rapid shift from one type to another emotion within a few seconds or within a minute or so, and you should be able to give an example about this. Then reactivity, when you cut a joke, the patient responds to it appropriately or not. If you narrate a sad story, the patient responds to that accordingly or not. That is very important. And communicability and congruence and appropriateness. Congruence is of the effect to the speech. The congruence is the appropriate. This one in tally with the thought and the expected degree of intensity in the response in the speech effect, and the appropriateness is to the surrounding. These two are also very commonly asked in the this one crossed examination of the PG exam. And thought is very important. How it is assessed through the speech, of course, by the body language also we can understand, but mostly through the speech. And so we looked for stream, form, possession, and content. Stream, we have this volubility, acceleration, pressure of speech, perseveration, then thought blocking. Thought blocking and thought withdrawal, what is the difference? That is a common question we used to ask. Then inhibition or slowing of thought. That is also the poverty of speech, or then ordered flight of ideas. This is found very commonly in the manic patients, and there are different degrees of prolixity that we should be able to define and explain properly with giving examples. So thoughts follow each other very rapidly. So the different thoughts are coming so fast that it's very difficult to convert into a proper speech. So thereby flight of ideas, and there might be circumstantiality, there might be tangentiality, and then coming to the form of the thought, how do you look at it? That loosening of association. This is manifested as failure to communicate verbally adequately, and unrelated and unconnected ideas shift from one subject to another very rapidly. So this is loosening, and there will be derailment is also there. It is also known as night smoke, and talking past the point is called verberization, and verberization is what's a lot. When everything is all mixed up and there is no meaningful outcome of the sounds and phrases, that is verberization. Here the thoughts are all mixed up. Derailment, just like train on a train, that it has gone out of the track, that is called derailment. And neologism, all of you know, is a giving a new word or giving a new meaning to the old word, commonly found in schizophrenia. Then possession, that there is a big this one also chapter on obsession and compulsion. So all these things are very important. And in obsession, then it is ego dystonic and intrusive, and dim as irrational or senseless, appears against the will, that is involuntary. And these are the qualities we should be able to highlight. There are many types of obsessional thoughts and impulses, and the compulsion follows the obsession. That compulsion are in fact merely obsessional motor acts. So if we don't do this act, the obsession will keep on increasing the pressure on the thought, and there will be lots of tension, and it will release temporarily by the compulsion. Then thought alienation is there, then thought insertion is there, and then thought withdrawal and thought block. I have said earlier, you should be able to define the difference between these two. And thought broadcasting and the thought echo. Then about the contents of the thought, there can be worries, phobia, somatic symptom, impulse, religious preoccupations, preoccupation with preceding factors, antisocial urges, homicidal ideas, philosophical ideas, magical thinking. Where do you find magical thinking? Even in the children in a normal situation, they can have a magical thinking, but usually it is found in OCD. Overvalued idea and delusion, very frequently we asked in the exam to differentiate. Many people do, but sometimes they fail. Overvalued ideas are less firmly adhered as delusion. Delusion is a false firm belief, you all know, but in the overvalued idea, it is not so firmly, but it is sometimes based on some degree of a reality basis. Delusion of reference, delusion of persecution, delusion of control, no need to explain, I think you all know. Delusional misidentification is very commonly asked Viva question, but not commonly found. This thing, Capgras syndrome and Fregoli syndrome, these sometimes you will answer and one for the other. Then delusion of infidelity is not very difficult, but when we talk about Othello syndrome or morbid pathological jealousy, sometimes you confused, but you should be clear about that. In the same time, there is delusion of love called de Clermont syndrome. And delusion of ill health, this is also found in many of our patients. All the time they will talk about ill health, even though they are completely healthy. Grandiose delusions are so common that we need not dwell on it. You might have come across many a time in the clinic because it is very common. Delusion of guilt is found usually in depression, and nihilistic delusions are also found in severe depression and also known as Cotard syndrome. So when we asked about Cotard syndrome, it means nihilistic delusion. Bizarre delusion, I want to talk on this also. Our Sujit Sarkar has mentioned that it is not there in the delusion DSM-5, but bizarre delusion, very frequently our PGs, when they present their case in the long case, they usually spurt out as bizarre delusion, but most of the time they are not. There should be two words are there. There should be implausible and ununderstandable or not understandable. This is a condition which is very, very rarely found, but many of the PGs would like to label it as bizarre delusion, but we should be a little bit careful about that. Perceptual abnormalities are not much mistakes are committed in this area. There are all common things, and I will skip for a paucity of time. Functional hallucination, not very frequently found, but stimulus causes an hallucination, but the stimulus is experienced as well as a hallucination, both. In other words, the hallucination requires the presence of another real sensation. So that is functional hallucination. Then reflex hallucination is there. Then extracampine hallucination is there. Photoscopic hallucination like phantom mirror image is there. So please, these are not rare in clinical practice, but it are very good to be learned for assessment in exam. Illusions, then cognitive functions. Coming to the cognitive functions. Orientation to time, place, and person. In fact, you need not assess again in a clinical practice, but for exam purpose, you have to. Because when you are talk to the patient for about 10-15 minutes, you already knew the person is oriented to the time, place, or person. But otherwise, in theoretically, you have to assess them. Time, how do you assess? Place, how do you assess? And person. Which one is lost first and which one is regained last? That has to be also known to you. Time, sensation will be lost first, and the person will be lost last. Then attention and concentration, there are different ways of assessing this. All of you know, but some hints here and there. So in digit span case, when you give the digits, it should not be and very easy to remember way. It should be, the digits should be given in such a way that in between the digits, you have to give a certain gap of few seconds, and they should not be related to each other. There should not be particular pattern, and it should not be a phone number, something like that. So it should be given in slowly. And before doing this, you have to give an example and demonstrate that patient understands or not. Otherwise, no meaning. It has two types, forward and backward, and the sequences and this one. You should have a table with you in the exam, and you can read out that for the patient, so that you can reproduce again when the front of the examiner. Backward should be good if it is 5 or more, and if the patient do not understand, your findings will be meaningless. Serial subtraction also, you should demonstrate, and there should be specific time frame. If the patient can do 20 minus 1 in 5 minutes, that does not give the necessary assessment. So memory is also a very important area where we want to assess for cognitive impairment. So in which condition the memory is impaired, theoretically you must also know, and you must do, when time of presentation, you must also correlate this finding with the differential diagnosis you are keeping, and along with the other findings in your MSc. So it has immediate, means just a few seconds, that is done by the digit span test. And the recent memory, when do we do recent memory, you give many questions recent memory, usually you do not commit mistake, but remote, when you give these tests, you don't have an informant which does not know all these things. And how do you confirm those are correct or not? That is missing. So you should keep in mind that it is not for the sake of the formula you are doing, but practically or clinically relevance also you must be assessing at that point of time, that there is no one to confirm the date of birth, the number of children, and when they pass the class, this and that. So you should be careful about that. And in the intelligence test also, we must consider the person is literate or illiterate, or how much literate in that case, or how much. So you are giving very, very funny questions to persons who are very educated, and you are giving complex tasks for the illiterate person. That should not be done in the test. These are the areas we use to test. Arithmetic, here also, in a person, in a patient who has already passed master, they are giving 2 plus 2 is equal to what? If you take 100 rupees and you buy 50 rupees mango, then how much it is left? There is a testing of the candidate, not of the patient in the exam. So we should be very careful in such things. So abstract tests, abstraction, there are tests for similarities and differences and proverbs. So nowadays, one portion is that many of our patients are not aware of the proverbs. So you first try to understand whether the patient knows it or not. So depending on that, if the patient already before the illness does not know any of the proverbs, then there is not much of a significance of testing the proverbs. And similarities and difference, we must give the same thing, and we should assess the similarities and difference of the two. And it should be highlighted in your mind. It should be kept in your mind that similarities gives more ideas of the abstraction than the differences, as well as the patient will find it difficult to find the similarities or the literal or abstract level. If they go for the anatomical or physical level, it is lesser degree of abstraction. If they go for the qualities of the functions of the two, then it is a better abstraction. So it should be more appreciated by our students. Proverb, as I have said, all of you know, but you are of a different state and coming to a different state for training. That happens many a time. So it is difficult, but nonetheless, many of our patients are not knowing proverbs nowadays. Judgment, coming to the judgment, we have to talk about the social judgment, personal judgment, and the test judgment. And most of the time you will miss this social judgment. And how do you assess social judgment? Many of them will fumble. As you are talking with the patient for the last half an hour, you have already judged the social judgment of the patient, and it is enough to report from that observation itself. And the test judgment also, we are giving certain fixed test judgment depending on the patient's culture, tradition, and literacy. You can change the different type of assessment. Now coming to the insight, it is also an area where our students will fumble. There are different grades of insight. It is a patient's degree of awareness and understanding about being ill or not ill. And so they may acknowledge that have an illness, but ascribe it to some other unknown or mysterious things in themselves. Is one of the ability to understand either oneself or an experience. Depending on that, we will have these grades, and you have to analyze all the other findings of the MSc. Different parts of the MScs are important on its own, and as well as the association of one finding from one part of the MSc to the other part is also very important. If one contradicts the other very much, you have to think twice whether you have assessed it properly or not. If you have properly assessed and you have confidence, you defend on that, and you can explain in a different way that this might be because of this or that. And many a time when you examine the patient is already under treatment, and so it might have different findings which are not expected for that particular diagnosis. So how do you assess the insight, and how do you assess the different levels of insight? This is highlighted here. And many of time, as I said, at the end of the this thing, MSc, you will be able to assess whether the patient is aware of the condition or not. But you can ask these questions also. Do you believe that the experience that you are having are symptoms? Do you believe that these symptoms are attributed to illness? Do you believe that the illness is psychiatric? Do you believe that the psychiatric treatment might benefit you? And will you be willing to accept advice from the doctor regarding your treatment? The last one, and the second last one is talking about emotional insight and the intellectual insight, and that all of you know about this. I think in conclusion, and I think pre-morbid personality assessment the MSc is the part of the clinical assessment that describes the sum total of the examiner's observation and impressions of a psychiatric patient at the time of interview. This is very important. And we are talking about MSc of the first day of admission. And again, we have to take serial MScs. Otherwise, the examination of a patient in our real clinical practice is not complete. So it might keep on changing. So depending on that, it indicates the improvement or worsening of the condition or wrong diagnosis. It is a process of clinical observation of the patient for evaluation of psychological signs and symptoms. And with detailed and structured MSc, patient's subjective account of symptoms can be broken down to reach a diagnosis, as we lack opportunities to do objective diagnostic tests in contrast to other branches of medicine. We don't have a test or culture sensitivity of psychiatric diagnosis, so we rely on MSc. A good clinician is one who can do a very good MSc and also can interpret the different findings properly and accurately, and also to corroborate with the different findings of history and different parts of the MSc is very important. So it will also guide a psychiatrist to explore the possible areas of interventions to help the patient. So this is a little bit, the topic as such, I could not find a better way of presentation, sorry. But the MSc during, before and after COVID will not have much difference, but only thing is that now we don't have the luxury of going very close to the patient and very closely sit down with the patient. Either we examine them through a barrier like plastic sheet or glass, or that might diminish the possibility or propensity of establishing a very good rapport. The patients are also not satisfied, and we are also not satisfied. So post-COVID, we'll also be alert and learn from the COVID period that we have to be careful not to be very close to patient or anyone. So in that sense, it might be a little different. Otherwise, all the principles of MSc will remain there after post-COVID also. And each part of the MSc is very, very important and significant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Singh, for your nice and lucid presentation. Thank you, Professor Singh, for your nice and lucid presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Elaborately, you have described the different levels of alertness, then different types of body build, then different types of gaits, facial expression in anxiety disorder and in depression. Elaborately, you have described the speech, how to establish the rapport, then psychomotor activity, then thoughts, perception, which is very much essential for the PGT students. And Is there any PGT? You can ask the questions, 1 or 2 questions, as we are running short of time. PGTs are requested to ask. Professor Singh is there. You can ask 1 or 2 questions, or other, if there is no questions, you can leave it in your chat box. I can allow 1 or 2 questions, PGTs. If there is any PGTs, you can ask Professor Singh. So as there is no questions, thank you again, Professor Singh, for your nice and lucid presentation, which will be very much helpful for the PGT students. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now we are going back to the organizers. Organizers, please. Now we are going to the organizers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, letting sir, for explaining the MSc as simple as always you. And thank you the chairperson for chairing the session. As there is no question in the chat box, we just move on to the next session. Our next session is some recent advances in the management of bipolar disorder. And
just a minute. Just a minute. Netcast service. The PGTs are on another platform. When they put questions, how do you know it? It is not supposed to be reflected here. Are you accessing that?
Sir, on the webcast link, there is a one section is the Ask Question tab. So I already posted there a test question. 2 test questions is already there, sir. And
So
I already discussed with the Alok also this. So still
maybe they are not able to properly just send in that.
Dr. Sujat, are you hearing me?
And your live streaming is currently going on. Your audio, video, your presentation is very clear to the viewers. And the 72 viewers are currently online. Then total viewers right now, sir, I will tell you in a 1 second. Is a 205 is the total users, and online user is 17. Still no question is there. I can see the post login also.
Yes,
Dr. Sujat, are you hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Actually, it is my time. It is 4:30 past. You have given the time.
Sorry, sir, for the inconvenience. Actually, the session has already just delaying some time.
Okay. Would you kindly tell me my time, the approximate time?
I will inform you shortly, sir.
Now, how long I am waiting? Going to wait here.
Sorry, sir. I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
After Professor Molloy? After Professor Molloy Gusam? Can I expect?
Rightly, that you should expect. We cannot. Nobody can change anything. Rightly. I am speaking from behind. That is what you should expect. That is in the serial I find. R.K. Lenin Singh, then Malay Ghoshal, then Dr. Suresh Chakravarti.
Yes.
What is in the screen is Dr. R.K. Lenin Singh, then Dr. Malay Ghoshal, then Dr. Suresh Chakravarti speakers.
Yeah, fine. Thank you so much.
So now next topic is some recent advances in the management of bipolar disorder. And our speaker for this topic is Dr. Malay Ghoshal. And I'm requesting to chair the session Dr. Pranam Mahapatra and Dr. Kaustav Chakravarti. Dr. Pranam Mahapatra, currently working as an assistant professor at IPSeastcme, Bhubaneswar. He is actively involved in research project and has a research focus on qualitative research. And such areas of interest is care-seeking pathway, multimorbidity, community psychiatry. Dr. Kaustav Chakravarti is associate professor and head of the Department of Psychiatry of College of Medicine at JNM Hospital, Kalyani, West Bengal. He is a life fellow member of Indian Psychiatric Society and is a convener IPS of Research, Education and Training Foundation. And sir has 6 books publications and 20 international journals and 34 national journals. I am requesting the chairperson to introduce our speakers and carry on the session. Over to the chairperson, sir.
Dr. Pranam Mahapatra, please, you please introduce Professor Malay Ghoshal.
Yeah. Welcome, sir, Malay sir, for today's topic. We are expecting to hear a lot from you because this is a very interesting topic. Bipolar disorder is a very dynamic topic. Our understanding of the topic is changing rapidly, and so is the mode of management. We are looking forward to hear more from you. Welcome, sir. We can start right away. Thank you.
কি হলো? Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Make it slideshow mode.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So actually, I want to talk on some of the recent advance in the management of bipolar disorder. It is not the guideline of bipolar disorder, but there are some changes in the approach in the bipolar disorder management, which are actually place, and that's my main point of concern. So we all know that bipolar disorder is a chronic, relapsing, and recurring disorder. And most of the psychiatric disorder being neurodevelopmental, they have their onset much ago than the clinical manifestation. And now we know that there is a stress and epigenetics play a major role in the onset as well as the progression of the disorder. And from the time of Kraepelin, it was known that the recurrence of bipolar disorder is associated with more frequent episode, decreased well period, and non-response to treatment. So, is bipolar a neuroprogressive disorder? If so, then what are the points in favor? It is neuroprogressive disorder because it has been found that stress plays an important role in the bipolar disorder. Not only bipolar disorder, it's also in the depression, but with the passage of time, less stress is required. So there is sensitization in the bipolar disorder, and also with increase in the more episode, there is also sensitization. And this sensitization has been actually been long ago in 1992, Robert Post has actually written an article in the American Journal regarding this sensitization. There is also increase in cognitive dysfunction with the number of episodes, and this is now well proved that bipolar disorder, unlike schizophrenia, initially there is not that much of cognitive dysfunction, but with the more episodes, there is more cognitive dysfunction, particularly with manic episodes, the cognitive dysfunctions are more. And there is poor treatment response in the subsequent episodes. And there is also accumulation of medical comorbidity. So these are some of the neuroprogressive illness nature, but whether there is any neurobiological proof of the illness progression, we have to look at it. So there are some questions. If bipolar disorder remains dormant, then when to start treatment? Question of prodrome and then it at risk bipolar disorder. So is there any prediction of bipolar disorder, prodrome of bipolar disorder? There is, can we stage bipolar disorder like oncology and cardiology? Actually, the staging came first in the oncology, and we all know that there is TNM, the tumor node and metastasis, and all these things are actually. Is there any problem? Actually, you are here, you can listen, or there is some problem, no? Kaustav, is it okay?
It is okay now.
Okay, okay. No, there is some. So in oncology, there is and this tumor node, this TNM classification is now in vogue, and in cardiology also there is this heart failure and this hypertension. They are also having this staging, and this staging will give you a what is the how to treat and what are the prognosis of this. But there is always this pros and cons of starting treatment in early subthreshold bipolar disorder. Whether there is any early treatment which can prevent bipolar disorder to form, eventually it can stop to form bipolar disorder. Whether it prevents neuroprogression. Does early intervention prevents neuroprogression? And what are the drugs that have an effect on neuroprogression or has neuroprotective effect? There are many questions. There are many questions which are not answered yet, but these are some of the areas where there is researches are going on and the people are trying to find out the answer. My presentation will be stress and epigenetics, its importance in management, staging, and early intervention. So I am just going into these 4 parts, and that actually what I was telling, that this is the Robert Post article, and you see that there are 2 types of sensitization. One is stress sensitization and one is episode sensitization. And he actually postulated that this is like a kindling phenomena, that more subthreshold, as you know that in kindling phenomena, the subthreshold seizures actually ultimately leads to a frank seizure. It is also like that. These stressors are initially there is less, then gradually there is, you can see that this without stressor there may be these episodes, and with these episodes there may be this sensitization with the episode. The more episodes, actually this episode begets episodes. So these are the 2 types of sensitization. But when Post first wrote this article, he had no idea that what is the reason for this sensitization. And when this stress and epigenetics came into the picture in the last 20 years, I am giving here a disclaimer that I am very much naive in this particular subject. I don't know much of this genetics, and this because in our time genetics was not very much taught in our undergraduate teaching, but it is very important nowadays. And we know that there are this epigenetics is that without changing in the genetic code, sometimes this expression of the genes are being changed. And there are 2 main things which are acetylation and methylation. And you can see that what happens is that when there is this chromatin, actually this DNA is actually, it is wound around this protein which is called histone. If there is loose in the wounding of the chromatin, there is more transcription. And if this is more tightly wound, then the transcription process is hindered. So acetylation actually causes this to be loose, and so there is more chance of transcription. And methylation does the opposite. So if we stop, if we give acetylation this histone deacetylase, if it is inhibited, so acetylation is promoted, and so this transcription is being promoted. And valproic acid actually is histone deacetylase inhibitor. In the other hand, the methylation of histone leads to formation of heterochromatin, and there is hindrance in the transcription in the gene. And this DNA methyltransferase inhibitor will help into the, this is a drug which is jeburalin. If given the methyl and the BDNF promoter and the associated BDNF protein, decrements are not done. So there is more BDNF and there is less chance of having this stress or epigenetics. I mean this importance of this transcription is better. So there is another recent discovery is through the modification of non-coding RNA, which is called miRNA. And this epigenetics mechanism is probably responsible for long-term alteration in behavioral responsivity to recurrent event, that is the sensitization of the event. So this is the thing, and this is another way to present that. You see that when this DNA is closely tightly wound around these histones, then there is less chance of transcription. But when this is loosened, then there is more DNA accessible and there is gene is active. So this is the way this epigenetics acts, and this epigenetic, there are trying to find out whether this can help in the treatment of this bipolar disorder. And another thing is that this epigenetic, it is sometimes it is transgenerational. That means this epigenetic is being transferred into the next generation also. So with this, we can come to the staging model of bipolar disorder, and we know that there is longer duration. If there is bipolar disorder, if there is longer duration, leads to clinical and neuropathological changes. This is now proven. There is treatment refractoriness and neuropsychological deficit actually occurs with longer duration of the bipolar disorder. The more episodes actually leads to treatment refractoriness. And there may be a prodromal stage at the onset of disorder. This is a controversial subject. And so the staging, which is actually being tried to be, this is a postulated, is that there are several stages. One is at risk, to the prodromal, then early illness, and then chronic illness. And treatment modalities change with each stage. And recently, staging model has been introduced in bipolar disorder. Actually, long ago in 1993, Faber and Kellner, they have, in one article in ACTA, they have postulated staging. Then McGorry, he postulated staging in the psychosis spectrum disorder. And he actually, this mainly he tried to this postulate staging in the psychotic spectrum, and he had tried to find out the target population, the potential intervention, the biology, the endophenotype markers. And this has been taken by the three main persons who are actually trying to find the staging. One is Bach, one is Duffy, and the Kapczynski, and they have approached from three different angles. One, Bach actually mainly on the clinical features like McGorry. Duffy, he has more importance on the developmental history and the family history and clinical antecedent and course. And Kapczynski is has given more importance in functional outcome and neuroprogression. So these are actually the different, if we go into the overall, these are the several staging. There is stage 0, that is increased risk of severe mood disorder, and the treatment is mental health literacy and self-help. So there are at risk, there is family history, there is substance abuse, no specific symptom at present. So they should be stopped, they should be taught, they should be treated for this substance abuse. There should be mental health literacy, what are the early signs of bipolar, that can be psychoeducation can help. Stage 1, experiencing mild or non-specific symptom of mood disorder, and or there is prodromal features manifesting moderate but sub-threshold symptoms. Here also this family psychoeducation, substance abuse, cognitive behavior therapy, or in some cases it can be mood stabilizer or very low dose of antipsychotic can help. Stage 2 is the first episode of mood disorder, and there is frank manifestations of the mood disorder, and there is moderate to severe symptom, neurocognitive deficits, and functional decline. There is usual treatment program, this case management and vocational rehabilitation. Stage 3 is recurrence of subthreshold mood symptom, incomplete remission from first episode, or fast threshold relapse. And there is actually, as per stage 2, plus emphasis on maintenance medication and psychological strategies for full remission. relapse prevention strategies, and combination therapy and mood stabilizer. Actually, in stage 2, 3, 4, in stage 2, there may be, or stage 1, there may be one drug, stage 2 or 3, there may be 2 drugs, and stage 4, but there is persistent unremitting illness. There is combination of mood stabilizer, clozapine, and other tertiary therapies encouraging participation in social activities and despite disability. So basically, it has been found that there are 3 types of recovery in bipolar disorder. One is symptomatic recovery, one is syndromic recovery, and third one is functional recovery. And most of the bipolar disorder, only 1/3 of the bipolar disorder actually come into the group, into the category of functional recovery. Though 60 to 70% of the bipolar disorder, they actually recover symptomatic, but there is less functional recovery. And so the more importance is given in the functional recovery of the bipolar disorder. And this is the actually one of the, if you pictorially represented, and you can see that there is psychosocial functioning, there is allostatic load. So with the staging of bipolar disorder, the allostatic load is increasing and the psychosocial functioning is decreasing. And there is this at-risk phase. Here the drug therapy is nutraceutical, and there is the psychosocial therapy is a mental health, first aid, and self-help. Then there is the prodromal stage. This prodromal stage and at-risk phase, this treatment is like this. The first episode, there is lithium, psychoeducation, CBT, family focused therapy, interpersonal social rhythm therapy. All these things are usually being tried. And then in the stage 4, there is combination therapy and this functional remediation. These are the modalities of treatment. And you see that this is the important is that this allostatic load, it is increasing with the stages. So how we can know that this is a bipolar disorder is neuroprogressive? There are several biochemical markers like inflammatory markers like interleukin-6, tumor necrosis factor alpha. They are impaired in case of long-standing bipolar disorder. If you go the structural neuroimaging, there is increased ventricle, there is white matter pathology, there is gray matter pathology, there is decreased hippocampal volume, and this actually more with the more number of episodes. The functional and neurocognitive impairment is achieve full functional recovery, and the neurocognitive domain, the areas which are more impaired is verbal intelligence, there is inhibitory control, there is cognitive control is impaired, and there is residual depressive symptoms and number of mood episodes are predictive of more neurocognitive impairment. Though these are mainly done through cross-sectional studies, but some longitudinal studies also confirm the neuroprogressive nature. And number of manic episodes is more predictor of neuroprogression. And this is also in another way you can see that there is pre-prodrome, there is prodrome, and there is possible indication of bipolar. There is one depressive feature, depressive episode, but there is no manic episode. There is first, this is subthreshold manic episode or hypomanic episode. Then there is definite bipolar disorder. So, and you know that most of the bipolar disorder actually present with depressive features. And many of the cases take almost 7 to 10 years for diagnosis of bipolar disorder. So there are a huge lag period in diagnosis of bipolar disorder because we don't have still any predictor, strong predictor to tell that which depressive patients, which depressive episode will turn into bipolar disorder later. This is the you can see that there are several things that this is disease progression, this line, and this is the symptom line, this dotted line, and this is the diagnostic confidence. So the disease progression starts with much earlier period. It is also like Alzheimer's. The same thing happens, that disease starts much earlier. And these symptoms start here, but this part is diagnostic uncertain. You cannot diagnose in this area. And if you come to this area, then only you can diagnose that this is going to be a bipolar disorder. So there is a long delay of treatment of bipolar disorder, and people are trying to find out this thing in their research. So biomarker research is necessary for robust evidence. This is pharmacological and other treatment modalities. They are trying to find whether they help. There are biological markers like neutrophin, this BDNF, there is oxidative stress markers, that is glutathione transferase and reductase. These are actually with the more episodes, these oxidative stress markers are found to be more, and inflammatory markers also found to be more. Told that neurocognitive verbal intelligence and cognitive control, and there is structural change in the brain with the more number of episodes. There is some studies, and this has been actually from an article in American Journal. Vieta is the author, and he have found that these are the risk factor for conversion to bipolar disorder: family history of bipolar disorder, early onset, atypical features, psychomotor retardation, psychotic symptoms, functional impairment, mixed feature, previous hypomanic symptoms. And also there are, one thing is not there, there is this, if there is treatment resistant, there is treatment failure of repeated antidepressant therapies, so there is a chance of conversion to the bipolar disorder. And these are the putative risk factors. One is biological risk factor, one is environmental risk factor, and one is dimensional factor. In the biological risk factor, family history, there is neurodevelopmental factor, there is temperament. In the environmental risk factor, antidepressant, substance misuse, and stressful life. And in the dimensional and it has been found that those specifiers are more prone to develop bipolar disorder. There is mood lability, sleep problems, psycho. Central yellow circle, this bipolar disorder. Now coming to the precision medicine, there is a recent recent publication in JAMA. They have tried to find this risk calculation through follow-up studies. This is a Pittsburgh bipolar offspring group. This is actually a cohort they are following. This is a bio study. And they have found that these are the symptoms: this anxiety, manic symptom, depressive symptom, mood lability, poor general psychosocial functioning, earlier parental age at onset, and parental age at onset individual, and collectively predicted new onset bipolar. They have actually predicted this is not bipolar disorder, but bipolar spectrum disorder. There is also some genetic finding which have been found that these who are this lithium responder and some single nucleotide polymorphism found for the lithium responder, and some fMRI studies of peripheral concentration of BDNF may be predictive of bipolar conversion, but still evidence is not robust. So increased inflammatory markers, oxidative stress, and reduced telomere length may be linked between systemic disorder and bipolar disorder. We know that bipolar disorder is associated with more mortality and more systemic cardiovascular risk. So this may be some of the areas which are to be replicated, to be found whether they are true. Heterogeneous cognitive profile in hot and cold cognition in bipolar disorder. This is another area. Hot and cold cognition means when we think something, our executive function may be emotionally related, or it may be without emotion. We can take decision. For example, if we do some calculation of some, so for example, we are doing some calculation in, actually we are trying to find out the load distribution in a bridge, and that is cold cognition. But when we try to find out who is going to be my life partner, what food we will take, what is the shirt we are going to wear today. So these are actually having relationship with emotions. And here orbitofrontal cortex is one of the areas which is very much important, and this is hot cognition. These are some of the areas which are being researched in bipolar disorder. And this has been found that there is strong linear association found between functioning and clinical stages. So the more progression in a stage, there is less, uh, there is functioning deterioration. Early intervention is crucial to prevent illness progression and to improve cognitive and functional outcome. And there are sometimes the smartphone app and machine learning may help in future for management of bipolar disorder. So broad interventional strategies is prodromal stage would benefit from intervention targeted towards reducing stressor and increasing coping skill. Early stage would benefit from patient and family psychoeducation and simpler pharmacological regimen. Mid stage would need more intensive psychotherapy and more complex pharmacotherapies, and highly refractory illness may need more palliative approach, focusing on reduction of side effects and unnecessary polypharmacy, limited symptom control, identifying and targeting psychological and social problem, and setting realistic goal to aim for the best quality of life. And this is one of the things that is, you can see this is the standard treatment, that is treatment based on the DSM ICD criteria. This is based on the stage 1, 2, 3. So stage 1, if there is treatment 1, stage 2, treatment 2, and stage 3, treatment 3. But this is the precision medicine. There are so many omics, there are so many genomics, epigenomics, other omics and technology. So this is actually done by machine learning. If we can do that, then we can find that this subject A will require this treatment, subject B will require this treatment. So these are some of the precision staging model which can help in finding who is going to benefit from which treatment. And this is the actually Kapczynski's model, and this is the application of machine learning in prediction of bipolar disorder. And you see that there is a clinical variable, distal variable, biomarkers, and demographic variables. All these things are taken together, and they are actually taken into a computer, and this is a computer programming done. And then there is they can find that who is going to have a functional impairment and there who is going to have no functional impairment. These are all in the research areas. But in our clinical experience, you all know that bipolar disorder treatment is an individualistic treatment, and some of the patients actually improve better with a particular combination. Some of the patient does not do good with a particular combination. And this is the take-home point. Bipolar disorder is a complex neurobiological phenomena with a probable neuroprogressive nature. Recurrence of episodes have effect on prognosis, treatment response, and cognitive impairment and medical comorbidity. Early intervention prevents further episodes and their sensitization through decreasing aberrant epigenetic process. Precision medicine, though at its infancy, can have a great impact on management bipolar disorder. Machine learning may have an impact in near future. Functional recovery should be the target. A paradigm shift in the management of bipolar disorder, and we are standing in a very interesting crossroad. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for a very scientifically loaded presentation. I think it would help the PGTs. You have presented an entirely different perspective of managing bipolar disorder. However, I can say at the end only I can say is that there is in the past few decades also many medicines came for the treatment of bipolar disorder, mainly mood stabilizer, antipsychotics, and antidepressants, but none of them surpass lithium, which has still the proven neuroprotective, anti-suicidal, immunomodulatory effect in the treatment of bipolar disorder. And still the search is going on. Thank you, sir. If there is any question, please ask Professor Molay Ghoshal, sir. Sir will be happy to reply them. Thank you. I think questions are too few.
Actually, this is just, I want to stimulate the PGTs to read some of the newer areas of this bipolar disorder.
Thank you. Dr. Mahapatro, sir, if you want to say something.
Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. It has given a new dimension. Well, it can be interesting for the PGs, as you said, but they have to take this forward because in their generation, they'll be seeing all these changes. And maybe, thank you, sir.
Over to organizing committee for the next session, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for broadening our perspective towards management of bipolar disorder. Now, let's move on to the next topic. That is how to approach a case of factitious disorder and malingering with predominantly psychiatric symptoms by Dr. Suresh Chakraborty, and the chairperson is Dr. Sharmila Sarkar. She is the Associate Professor of Psychiatry, Calcutta National Medical College, Kolkata, with 24 publications in peer-reviewed journal, and chairperson in preventive psychiatry specialty section, IPS. Ma'am, I would kindly request you to introduce our speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I really thanks to the organizer for giving me the opportunity to chair this session along with Professor Pradeep Shah, but I think Sarah has not joined, so I will be chairing this session. Now the topic is how to approach a case of factitious disorder and malingering with predominantly psychiatric symptoms. So you all know that it is often become very difficult to distinguish factitious disorder from malingering in clinical practice, and it has immense legal value to differentiate these two because malingering is associated with some tangential means a reward, or the external reward is there. In case of malingering, they often do this deceptive behavior to gain something monetary gain, or some kind of to reduce the punishment associated with something he or she has been done. But in case of fictitious disorder, the main concern is to gain clinical attention or sympathy. So with this, I request Dr. Suresh Chakraborty to present his deliberation. And Dr. Suresh Chakraborty is the professor, head of the Department of Psychiatry, Guwahati Medical College, and he got his MBBS degree from GMC in 1985 and MD from the same institute in 1990, and joined Assam Medical College in 1991 as registered. She is a PhD guide and a subject expert of PG committee of Srimanta Sarakdev University of Health Science, Guwahati. He is also an inspector of MCI, Government of India. Sir, with this, I request Dr. Suresh Chakraborty, please start your deliberation. Sir, please.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir. You are.
Yes.
Yeah. Respected chairperson, my co-presenter, and most important, my dear postgraduate students. The topic of today's discussion is how to approach to a case of factitious disorder and malingering with predominantly psychiatric symptoms. Now, factitious disorder and malingering are also known as deceptive syndrome in psychiatry. Factitious means artificial or false, and it comes from the Latin word factitious, which means made by art. DSM-5 defines factitious disorder as the falsification of physical or psychological signs or symptoms or induction of injury or disease associated with identified deception and includes under somatic symptom related disorder. This is the new editions of DSM-5. In ICD-10, it is coded as F68.1 and it is termed as intentional production or feign of symptom or disabilities, either physical or psychological. It may be imposed on self, which is known as factitious disorder imposed on self, or it may be imposed on another, which is known as factitious disorder imposed on another. There are three subtypes basically: predominantly psychological symptoms, predominantly physical symptom, or it may be combined or mixed. Now, as per DSM-5, if we go through the genesis or phenomenology of this factitious and malingering or conversion disorder, as it was clustered under the somatic symptom related disorder, in the y-axis, if we see the change in motivations going from internal at the bottom and to more external at the top. And in x-axis, range of level of intentional symptoms production increasing from left to right, we will see that conversion disorder, if we know, all of us know, so it falls on the corner. It's close to the bottom of the x and y axis. Then the compensation neurons come. Then the factitious disorder again in the bottom line of the x-axis, and top of that, it is the malingering, which means that the gaining or the external benefit is more than in malingering than in factitious disorder. If we go through, divide it as per the symptom, motivation, gain, and diagnosis. So in all these symptoms, the one criteria is that they are unclear or unexplained medical symptoms. Patient usually present with unclear or unexplained medical symptoms. And the symptom, if it is from the part of mind, from the hallmark of the mind, if it is the unconscious representations and its motivation is unconscious and there is no gain, then it is related as, it is said as somatic symptom and related disorders. If the symptoms are intentional, but still it is unconscious, and there is no external gain, but the internal gain, which is known as secondary gain, then it is factitious disorder. And if it is intentional, that means voluntary, there is definite intention behind this symptom productions, and the gain is primary, basically the external gain, and then we definitely can call it malignant. This is the basics. This is the basics between factitious disorder and malingering. Now let's come to the first, how to approach to a case of factitious disorder. So clinical presentation in factitious disorder with predominantly psychological symptoms and signs are: number one is the bereavement, depression, patient may present with PTSD, patient may present with pain disorder, patient may even present with psychosis, patient may present with hypersomnia, patient may present with insomnia also. Sometimes it is bipolar 1, and most importantly, again, the eating disorder in the form of anorexia nervosa. In case of amnesia, if it is amnestic syndrome, then it is a substance-related disorder. Transsexualism again, then your paraphilia of the sexual deviation disorders and dissociative identity disorder. But mind that this is not the conversion disorder, it is dissociative identity disorder. So factitious disorder imposed on cell with psychological symptoms have poor prognosis. That is one of the most important things we have to remember. When it is present with physical symptom, the prognosis is good, but when it is present with psychological symptom, it usually takes the chronic course and it's very, very difficult to treat. Pain, bereavement, and then psychosis appear to be the most common presenting symptom in case of factitious disorder. Now, how we have our clue that this individual or this patient may probably has shown some factitious behavior, or they are present this whatever the symptom they have presented, it is factitious in nature. The number one and most important symptom is the unusual symptoms that fail to correspond to any recognizable diagnosis. Worsening of symptom when the patient is aware of being observed or being looked for. There is inconsistent of symptoms with definite day of the time, with different time of the day, or even the different interviewer. Patients over eagerness or to recount symptom of the illness. He is more eager to talk about his symptom. Suggestible and readily admit to additional symptoms on questioning. Patient may reveal familiarity with hospital routine while denying previous hospitalizations. There is dramatic and unusual reactions to medications. If you put them on medications, they will show definite some unusual reactions and aversive reactions. Demonstrate attention getting tactic by breaking word rules. Visitors are very, very few or sometimes totally absent. This is one of the characteristics. Basically, in our psychiatric ward or psychiatric patients, there are so many attendants, but when you see that there's no attendant or very few attendants, you have to have your suspicious mind. This patient actively seeks contact with the psychiatric systems. Now, clues triggering suspicion for factitious disorder impose on another. It is basically the caregiver or the parents. Caregiver or suspected offender does not express relief or pleasure when told that dependent is improving or that dependent does not have a particular illness. Actually, those who are having really concern about the well-being of the children, whether they are sibling or they are near and dear one, in case of factitious disorder imposed on others, they are not happy. They don't show that they are happy. That is inconsistent histories of symptoms from different observers. Caregiver insists on invasive or painful procedure or hospitalizations. Caregiver behavior does not match expressed distress or report of symptoms. As for example, they are unusually calm when seeing the pain of the patients or seeing the suffering of the patients. Signs and symptoms begin only in the presence of one caregiver. Actually, if the both caregiver is there, in absence of one caregiver, the symptoms is more. Sibling or another dependent has or had an unusual or unexplained illness, or there is premature death in these cases. Caregiver publicly solicits sympathy or donations or benefit because of the dependent's rare illness. They have extensive unusual illness history in the caregiver or caregiver's family. Caregiver history of somatization disorder is very common in these cases. Caregivers seek other medical opinion when told that dependent does not have any illness, so doctor shopping is very frequent. Some means of confirming factitious disorder imposed on other types are, what we can do is that we can take the help of a covert video surveillance. That is the gold standard, as the literature says. That may record a perpetrator causing harm with legal or ethical consultations. Searching a mother's belonging for illness-inducing agents can give another clue. Reviewing collateral information and past medical records for inconsistencies gives another clue. Gathering information on siblings, especially if these siblings are a bigger or elder, they give that definite history. Recording temporalization between parental visit and child sign and symptoms, and observing the child's well-being when he or she is removed from the parent's care. Now, how are we going to diagnose a case of factitious disorder? A review of past medical records is mandatory and may reveal inconsistencies. Careful workup for genuine organic, physical, and mental illnesses causes and quantities must be performed. No laboratory or pathology tests are diagnostic in factitious disorder, although they may help to confirm the diagnosis of by demonstrating deceptions. So it is on exclusion. Common validity tests administered by neuropsychologists include test of memory malingering, word memory test, medical symptom validity test, and Ray 15-item test. Similarly, both neuropsychologists and clinical psychologists commonly utilize emotional and personality measures such as Universal Multiphasic Personality Inventory, second editions, and the Personality Assessment Inventory to identify invalid reporting of both psychological and somatic components. These measures often include validity scales that directly assess for honest and accurate responding, as well as clinical scales that assess for underlying personality characteristics that might be linked to or directly causing the exaggerated symptoms. How evidence of fabrication is to be collected? Multidisciplinary team approach is required with legal aids. Differential diagnosis of factitious disorder. When we going to diagnosis factitious disorder, you have to exclude some other disorder. There may be true physical or mental illnesses, somatic symptom disorder, including illness, anxiety disorder, hypochondriasis, dissociative and conversion disorder, personality disorder like histrionic, borderline personality, or antisocial personality disorder, cancer syndrome, where they are basically seen in the case of prisoner, those who used to give the your near approximation answers, confabulations in case of your Korsakoff or any other disease or dementia. So, and last is the malignity. Now, there are a few points how we can at hand differentiate between factitious disorder and malignity. In case of factitious disorder, it is always seen that factitious disorder is more marked in women than men, except in Munchausen. In Munchausen, it is the male. They have to go for repeated surgery. They have done repeated surgery in Munchausen. But in other cases, in case of women, factitious disorder more. And it is their earlier onset is a bit early than the male, especially 20 to 30 years of age. But in case of male, it is at 20 to 40 years. Most of the factitious disorder employed or trained medical field, basically those who knows the basics of medical sciences, or they are near and dear one of the is to work in the medical field or in the healthcare systems. They are not bordered by invasive procedures. They have gone up to different investigation, different surgical procedures, and they are usually the borderline personality disorders. In case of malignant, it is always malignant is more marked in case of men than women. Substance abuse is one of the hallmark in case of malignancy. In case of malignancy, although the factitious that they are more keen to going for invasive investigations, in case of malignancy, this is one of the major differentiating point. They refuse test, treatment, and also treatment against medical advice. And these malignant people, they are not having the borderline. Basically, they are the antisocial personality disorder. So differentials in factors are inputs on another. So it is again in the hypochondriasis by proxy, anorexia nervosa by proxy, malignant by proxy. Other by proxy syndrome described in the literature include mesh squared syndrome, in which illness fabrication results in the child's increasing dependency on the mother. Mothering to death, in which the child is confined to a sick role as if the child were ill while avoiding physicians and agencies. And last is extreme illness exaggeration, in which a parent exaggerates their child's symptoms in an effort to increase a pediatrician's attention to the child. So treatment guidelines There are three major goals which should be followed in the management of cachexia disorder. Number one, that to reduce the risks of morbidity and mortality. That should be the primary criteria and primary aim of a psychiatrist. To address the underlying emotional needs or psychiatric diagnosis that may be driving factitious illness behavior. Because in most of the cases, it is basically the personality disorder cases, or basically they are having some kind of stress. So we have to at the same time we have to go to the underlying, whether a patient is harboring some underlying psychiatric disorder or not. And to take care of the legal and ethical issues, which is most important nowadays, as the Consumer Protection Act is coming up. So this is another major issues to deal with this factitious disorder. Other than targeting comorbid psychiatric disorder, there is no standard pharmacological treatment for factitious disorder. The main treatment is psychological with proper documentations. Documentation on both true and false symptoms can be beneficial in justifying clinician diagnosis and treatment, and in providing information to other providers who work with the deceptive patients. Most used psychological treatment method, probably the best, but depends on each individual confrontation. There are both advantages and disadvantages of this confrontation method. So when you go for confrontation method, it should be non-punitive, non-judgmental, constructive, stressing continuity of the care. We have to evaluate for underlying mood disorder, say for example depressions, and treat if it is there. Many patients may refuse to accept. Goal is not to force out a confession, but to ventilations. We should not go beyond that. So our idea is to ventilate out, not to become so aggressive. So process, whether patient admits or not, the process itself may lead to ventilation, as I have said already. Understanding of the disorder, be cathartic, unveil underlying depressions. And conscious doctor-patient relation damaged, patients feel humiliated and stops follow, so they go to another psychiatrist or another caregivers. So over-hospitality or passivity, covert negativism goes to the other facilities, legal repercussions, as I have said earlier, that you have to be vigilant. And suicide is reported, although it is not due to directly to the factitious disorder, but underlying depressions when the physicians or psychiatrists cannot identify it. So non-confrontation method is face saving, and most of the physicians or most of the psychiatrists, they use this rule. It is face saving, may help in recovering without admitting, and that is most accepted is the double bind. It is given by Asian drug. Patient is given two choices: recover with a minor treatment and prove it was not factitious, or do not improve and prove it must be factitious. So either way. Then inexact interpretations formulate and present current situation as a result of stressor, stopping short of overtly identifying the factitious origins. Then third option is the self-hypnosis and biofeedback, having your very minimal data and very minimal results. So follow up with psychotherapy, mostly supportive, teaching of coping skills, CBT, mostly used, behavior therapy, insight-oriented psychotherapy, psychodynamic psychotherapy, and psychoanalytic. Used it only in case report. Milieu therapy and self-hypnosis, I have said. Antidepressant has some minimal role, although most of the people, they have used antidepressants as a pharmacotherapy. At times, the medications like levothyroxine required for pain illness is continued and later taken off. Treatment considered to consider the involving risk management and bioethics from the early point, to consider appointing a guardian for medical and psychiatric decisions. As a behavior desensitive, prosecutions for fraud should be considered. When a patient excessive report of falsification or symptom is likely to result in overuse of medical service, it is often helpful for mental health clinician to recommend that other provider adopt relatively conservative treatment, a process to minimize iatrogenic effects. In case of Munchausen syndrome, after effort to engage a patient in treatment fail, management should be directed towards harm reduction rather than cures. So less harmful process has to be taken up. So in short, so goal of the effectiveness of the treatment is that to reduce the risks of morbidity and mortality, to assess the underlying emotional needs and psychiatric diagnosis, which may be driving to the effectiveness of illness behavior, and to be mindful of legal and ethical issues. So active pursuits of a prompt diagnosis can minimize the morbidity and mortality. Harm reduction always save the patients. So when we take the patient's diagnostic process, it should be non-confrontational, face-saving manner, and double blind technique, and treat underlying psychiatric disturbance and coping strategies, teach them the coping strategies, and appointing a guardian. These are some salient points, as I have mentioned earlier. So in case of fratricide disorder imposed on adult, the primary goal is to protection of the victim or protection of the child is our first priority. So active pursuits of the diagnosis has to be there. Child protective service has to be informed. Family psychotherapy and or individual psychotherapy, if possible, has to be taken up. And consider hospitalization of the child if we have seen that child is in danger in the parental custody or caregiver custody. And in case of this, that a pediatrician should have a gatekeeper for medical care utilization. He should be the main provider, treatment provider, and he should take the help of the psychiatrist and the other medical fraternity, and he should monitor the whole treatment modalities. So comorbidities in deceptive syndrome should be looked for. In case of it is more personality disorder is the most common. Mood disorder, hypochondria, psychotic disorder, substance use disorder, anxiety disorder, and even mental retardations. Comorbidities like personality disorder have poor prognosis, while mood disorder and substance use disorder carries better prognosis. Next, come to the malignancy. Malignancy is defined as an intentional production of grossly exaggerated or pain symptom motivated by an external incentive, such as obtaining a financial compensation or evading criminal prosecutions. While listed under the general heading of non-adherence to medical treatment in DSM-5, malignancy is not simply non-adherence. It is to determine that a patient is malingering, the following condition has to be met. Symptom are pain or grossly exaggerated. Excessive symptom production must be intentional, and this symptom production is motivated always by external incentive, say for example, avoiding work or military duty or criminal prosecutions, obtaining financial compensation or narcotic drugs. Indication of malignancy may include medical-legal context, discrepancy between self-report and medical finding, in context of getting benefit like disability certifications, poor patients cooperation, and antisocial personality disorders. These are some indications. Now, Dr. Roger has given 3 models because this malignant syndrome is not a psychiatric diagnosis according to DSM-5. So they have mentioned about 3 models. That one is pathogenic. Here they have mentioned about that is basically the partial malignancy, exaggerate pre-existing symptom to control experiences. Second is the criminological, it is legal issues, individuals seeking reprieve from legal consequences. And third is the erupting behavior. Adversarial settings like stressor, when they try to avoid this adverse situation, they act of disproportionate or poor coping skills and took the malignant form. Now, there are some clinical presentation of a case of malignant with psychiatric symptoms. Most commonly, malignant symptoms are memory deficits, seizure, sleep disorder, altered identity, mood symptom, suicidal ideation, even hallucinations. Others are dissociative disorder like motor amnesia, motor disorder, amnestic disorder, or identity disorder. They may have post-traumatic stress disorder, they are having psychosis and mood disorder. Atypical psychotic symptoms that suggest malignant are hallucinations. These hallucinations are continuous. It is vague or illuminated shifted language or reported in hallucinations, enabled to state strategic to diminish voices. They are self-report that all common hallucinations were obeyed, which is very, very unlikely in case of your schizophrenic or mood disorder hallucination or your depressive hallucinations. And visual hallucination, when it is present, is always black and white. So we can call it is the pseudo hallucinations, but not clear-cut hallucinations, but pseudo hallucinations. So delusions, they are abrupt onset or termination. There is exaggeration to call attention to delusions, conduct markedly inconsistent with delusions, and bizarre content without disorganized thought disturbance or thinking. Now, how we are going to approach a case of suspected malignancy? The clues that trigger the suspicion of malignancy are initially what the patient produces may be considered raw data that only gradually undergo an evaluative and interpretive analysis and subsequent synthesis. Conclusion can be drawn only after diligent consideration and further collation using collateral information, and possible setting that should arouse suspicion of malignancy is suspect malignancy if there is lack of cooperation with diagnostic evaluation and lack of compliance with prescribed treatment, which is just opposite to the your factitious disorder. Prevention within a medical legal context, palpable external gain like avoidance of military duty, financial compensation, etc., presence of antisocial personality disorder, and drug-seeking behavior, one of the most important causes of to be suspect for malignancy. Possible external gain are food, shelter, especially during winter period, narcotic medications nowadays, those who are habituated, especially the opioid abusers or alcohol users, financial gain in the context of compensation, social security benefit, avoidance of jail, work, military, or family responsibility in case of your when they have caught red-handed or something like that, to evade the jail or evade the your punishment, damage for elite psychological injury, transfer to psychiatric hospital to avoid arrest, and criminal setting to avoid standing trial or to mitigate sentence, whatever we are going to getting it in our day-to-day practice. So, what's a red flag behavior that raise suspicion in malignancy? Marked discrepancies, mismatched deceptive state of diagnostic frame, patient demand medication, diverges symptoms too eagerly or dramatically, makes valiant conditional threat of self-harm, violence, or litigation when confirmed, rare symptoms, improbable combination of symptoms, a very high production of symptoms, a wide array of minor psychological problems, reporting symptom of grossly extreme severity, and evidencing greater impairment on reported symptom versus observed behavior. Professional who malignant might consult psychiatric tests and attempt to feign a bona fide mental disorder by using a brief features and criteria listed as well as their precisely given time frames. They've been memorized 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. Detection strategies include close attention to the patient's description of what, when, and how symptoms arouse, as well as their sequences, and clinical incongruity of symptom presentations. For example, an individual describing an anxiety disorder in a calm and composed manner at every interview suggests feigning. Clinical interview should be long and detailed, listen and encourage elaborations, double check for consistency and details and accuracy, confront in non-threatening way or for inconsistencies, and leading questions for unrelated illnesses. This is one of the most effective methods. When you're going to give the leading questions, they will elaborate more and from the origin topic to the another. And then you have mass suspicion. You have then clear your suspicions. Observe patient's response styles, demeanor, and facial expression, gesture, body language, social and emotional responsibility. Obtain collateral information from the friends, from the observer, from the their relatives, medical reports, laboratory investigations, past medical history, past psychiatric history, and psychosocial and legal history. Interview with family member and significant others, employer, and past therapy is also helpful in this aspect. And but we have to always take cautions like ABC. A means avoid accusations for lying. B, beware of counter-transference. And C, the clarifications, not confrontation. In case of your factitious disorder, we have termed it confrontations. But here in malignancy, we use the term clarifications. So psychological assessment of a case of malingering, it includes MMPI, structure, interview, or reported symptoms, Miller forensic assessment of symptom test, Rorschach, re-auditory verbal learning test, Wisconsin card sorting test, test of memory malingering, and Victoria symptom of validity test, Victoria system validity test. Diagnosis of a case of malingering. In DSM and ICD, as I have said, it is not a psychiatric disorder. DSM-5, in other conditions that may focus on clinical attention, they have included it. ICD-10, V code, and Z code. So difficulty, there is definitely difficulty in diagnosis. Rosenhan in 1973 challenges despite high index of suspicion because of its ethical dilemma, because of its difficulty in proving, because of its fear of legal suit, because of pejorative term stigmatizations, and they are easy to feign psychiatric symptom in the absence of objective testings. And differential diagnosis, as we have already mentioned, factitious disorder, somatoform disorder, and dissociative disorder. So this is again the factitious aiding factors aiding differentiation with dissociative disorder with malingering. In case of attitude, in dissociative, it is the friendly, cooperative, appealing, dependent, and clinging. But in malingering, suspicious, uncooperative, aloof, and unfriendly. History in case of dissociative report historical gaps, inaccuracies, and vagaries. But in case of malingering, too much detail and exacting description of events precipitating their illnesses. Then evaluations, welcome evaluations and treatment, searching for an answer in case of dissociative disorder, but in case of malingering, they avoid diagnostic evaluations and refuse recommended treatment. In case of employment, there is no gain. And in case of dissociative disorder, they accept the opportunities, but in case of malingering, refuse employment opportunities designed to circumvent their disability, they don't take this advantage. So this is a very nice schematic diagram of these three disorders. So differential diagnosis of malingering, factitious, and selected related disorder or somatic related disorder. So when a patient came with physical, cognitive, or psychological complaints that are excessive or exaggerated or pain, and complaints represent an intentional act of deception, if it is yes, so you have to look for presence of an external incentive. If the presence of external incentive is yes, then it is malingering. If there is no presence of external incentive, then it is factitious disorder. Next comes the next again that left part. So when the complaint represents an intentional act of deception is there is no, then altered or loss of voluntary motor or sensory function. If it is yes, then it is the conversion disorder. When these symptoms are secondary up to low mood, low or dysphoric mood, if it is yes, then you call it depressive disorder. And when these symptoms are disproportionate and or persistent thoughts or persistently high anxiety or devotions of excessive time or energy regarding one's own health or symptom, we call it somatic symptom disorder. So it's very good process to differentiate between factitious disorder, your malingering, and other somatic related disorder. So treatment of management of case of malingering, understand the function of deception, stress and coping strategies, distinguish true symptoms and their treatment, conservative approach, minimize iatrogenic effect and unnecessary expenditures. So in conclusion, patient with factitious disorder seeks often desperately to seek growth. Malignants have an external motivations. Due to nature of the disorder, literature on factitious disorder and malingering is largely confined to case reports and case series, limiting the information available. Effective diagnosis often require a high index of suspicions. The differential diagnosis of factitious disorder includes physical illnesses, somatoform disorder, malingering, psychiatric illness, and substance abuse. While factitious disorder is extremely difficult to cure, effective techniques exist to minimize morbidity, and some patients are able to benefit greatly from psychiatric interventions. Sensitive legal and ethical issues are always involved in both cases, and the medical expert's role is to assess a clinical presentations, evaluate reported symptoms, render diagnosis based on the best evidence as possible, and suggest a treatment plan. Thank you so much for your patience hearing.
Thank you, sir, for your extensive deliberation, and you have included everything: the history, the clinical presentation, the what are the tests that are available that can differentiate these two. But in real life situation, it is often very difficult to differentiate these two disorders we are facing day to day life. Yeah. Sir, there is one question from Gabbi Sethi. That respected sir, kindly explain double-blind non-confrontation method again. If we are giving subtle choice to the patient, then how will it be a non-confrontation method?
So although it is said that confrontations, so confrontations are not to be too aggressive. We are not the police personnel. We are in the medical forum. So we have to challenge mildly. Right. If the patients come during that challenge, it's fine. But with our own limitations, with our own purview of your psychiatric interview, so we have to go for confrontations, and then sometimes it helps. In case of double blind, what we do, we don't go for that confrontations. We have method. We apply two methods. If it is, we give them some minor medications. Okay, you are having this, I have given you this. So if we give these medicines, if the patients improve, so it is not factitious. If the patient is not improved, then definitely it is factitious. That is double blind. That is double blind. But in confrontation, it is directly confirmed. There's no use of medications.
Yeah. So explanation of the psychological symptoms or the psychological defenses is also come under the non-confrontation test.
Yeah, that is because your psychological defenses, whatever is used, basically this, if we go to the history, so these people, they have a very poor, battered childhood life. They have been deprived, they have been battered, and most of them are not taken care of. They are unwanted, and all of them has come from the single parents.
Yeah. The childhood trauma history is very much common in case of Sir, there is another question from Pallavi Shah, Dr. Pallavi Shah. Can malingering patient present with stupor? If yes, how to approach?
So malignant patients can present with stupor, and in case of stupor, that whatever we can use, I may be wrong, but Professor Lenin is there, the Professor P.K. Singh is there, they might correct me. That thing is that, so we can use the same method, give lorazepam IV. Whatever we use the depressive stupor, we give lorazepam IV. So if we give the lorazepam IV, right, and try to talk with that. If lorazepam not working, then we can use the phenobarbital. So that is the best method, I think so. At this moment,
Sir, is it possible to inject a patient who is come with stupor state to us without?
No, when he is stupor, he cannot. When he is stupor, he cannot defend. No.
No.
If he is stupor,
there may be due to organic cause.
He don't have the power to defend you. He don't have the power to argue with you.
The patient came to us with a stupor state, so there may be some organic state condition that.
So first we have to exclude. But when we come to, I have taken granted that patient has come excluding to the psychiatric, excluding organicity. So these are two methods we used to use in our department. One is the lorazepam, the best safe. The second is that if he is not working, then we can go for phenobarbital objections.
Okay, I think these two was no, nothing is there. Sir, these two questions were there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So thanks to organizer, and over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for clearing our doubts. And thank you, ma'am. Now we'll go to next topic, that is social anxiety disorder, modifications in recent nosology. By Dr. Russell Ravan sir, JP Russell Ravan sir, and the chairperson is Dr. P.K. Singh. who did in psychiatry from PGI, and formerly working as professor and head of Department of Psychiatry at Patna Medical College. And he's an advisor to the publication Committee of Indian Psychiatry Society, and has served as editor for IPS textbook of undergraduate psychiatry and advancing frontiers of psychiatric therapeutics. Sir, I would kindly request you to introduce our speaker today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And good evening to all the faculty and students. Thanks to the organizing committee. I think there has been some change in the presenter, is it? Because earlier it is listed as Dr. Sanjeeva Datta.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, so Dr. J.P. Russell Ravan, I had a chance to meet him in person several times. He received his postgraduate training program at Premium Institute of CMC, Vellore, Tamil Nadu. Received Professor Rose Mary Memorial Award for the best outgoing postgraduate in 2008-2009. And is currently Professor. Change the slide, please. We have changed the slide. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now it's fine. Now, Dr. Ravan is currently Professor, Department of Psychiatry, KIMS, Bhubaneswar. He has 30 international publications, and he has been guide and co-guide to 15 postgraduate students. The topic, as already has been announced, is a very interesting topic. It is on social anxiety disorder. And as we all know, the social dimension of our existence is very crucial to all of us for our existence, survival, growth, and social dimension is the source of most of the pains and pleasures of life. And once the social interaction, social transactions is a must, and that can be a source of stress. Social stressors are a well-recognized entity. And to some extent, it is desirable, but when it crosses the line, then it becomes pathological. So it is a very interesting area, and I will request Dr. Russell Ravan to kindly go ahead with his presentation.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. So my heartfelt gratitudes to the organizing committee of East Zone CME 2021, and thank you, sir, for those kind words. This is a very challenging topic, and this has given me insight while preparing for the PGTs of East Zone. At the outset, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Biswajit Samal, who helped me in preparing this PowerPoints and conceptualizing this recent change in the nosology regarding social anxiety disorder. As you all know, that the fear is always an unpleasant affective state in response to realistic threat or danger. But anxiety is an unpleasant affective state in the expectation of not something happening in our way. And so in the fear, when it is a mostly a reflex act and which is mostly proportionate, anxiety is bit disproportionate and excessive. And it add on to that, when somebody is excessively fearful or anxious, then we think that adds to some of the autonomic disturbances and some cognitive errors, and then that constitute a acute, intense, overwhelming attack of anxiety accompanied by a feeling of impending doom, and the autonomic arousal makes the person panicky. And phobic is more of a persistent, pathological, unrealistic, intense fear of an object or a situation. With these basic definitions, let us move to the next. The fear versus anxiety. And whenever there is something happens, the situation and the proximal to that, the fear starts in the subject's mind or individual mind. And after, whenever there is if time lag is there, then the person's cognition comes into play, person autonomic nervous system comes into play, and some of the behavior comes into play, and that makes to the anxiety or a panic episodes. So immediate acute response is suddenly appearing imminent danger, whereas the anxiety refers to the sustained insidious response to danger, as might manifest when the degree to which a threat is present remains unambiguous. When an acute proximal threat is particularly dangerous, however, the emotional state elicited in the organism might better be characterized as panic as opposed to fear. So from 1621, Robert Burton described symptoms of anxiety attacks in socially anxious people in his book of Anatomy of Melancholy. Anxiety disorder are most prevalent psychiatric disorder in our community across the globe. And 1/3 of the population is affected by an anxiety disorder during their lifetime. And it is more common in women, and men are also affected, and starts in the late teens and in the adult, and can also happen in the midlife. Specific phobia is consistently the most prevalent lifetime anxiety disorder, with estimated prevalence of 6 to 12% in a recent study done in 2019. So anxiety disorder are associated with intense subjective distress, which I've already discussed. And when it is associated with socio-occupational dysfunctioning, then it becomes the ICD-10 or DSM categorization of the disorder. The most recent estimate of global burden, that is estimated by disability adjusted life years, will be 10% due to anxiety disorder. Despite a high burden, it is interesting to know that only a few percentage of the patient, they come for professional help. Lifetime prevalence is 4% around in 12 months prevalence rate, and the social phobia is in higher and panic disorder prevalence is 13.2% as far as lifetime prevalence is concerned. And the landmark study, which was done by NIMHANS in different part of India, National Mental Health Survey, has found that in the category of neurotic and stress related disorder, the 3.7% to 3.5% are respectively the neurotic and stress disorder. It's almost similar than that of the global prevalence. Agoraphobia without panic disorder is around 1.6%. Generalized anxiety disorder is around 0.6%, and panic is 0.5%. Maybe there is underreporting. Nosology, which is now the center theme of this presentation, where the conceptual evolutions will be taken care of. Before the days of DSM and ICD, the clinician, those who are practicing psychiatry, they used to see panic patients or anxiety patients, and they conceptualize in three forms. One is phobic, if the patient has a context. Suppose then there is a fear of particular animal. In that context is there, when the context is there, they diagnose them as phobic. And if there is the fear is out of the context or independent of the context or de novo, mostly guided by the autonomic thing, then it is a anxiety, and it can be generalized if it is most of the time it is there in most of the situation, and it is panic if it is a time bound and it is episodic. In DSM-2 first time introduced this anxiety neurosystem without giving much elaboration on this concept. Later in DSM-3, this anxiety disorder is being classified under panic disorder, phobic disorder, and OCD, and PTSD, and so on. And this disorder was initially considered as just a type of phobic reaction to a specific situation, that is specific phobia in DSM-3. Later on, there is a paradigm shift in the conceptualization of this social phobia, which has given more description during the DSM-3 revision book. It was given more space and more elaboration on this phobic concept. In DSM-4, the social anxiety disorder was the term was first time seen, And apart from the term, there is not much of mention about the specifier and so on. But later on, the DSM-5, there are huge number of changes, or a whole things have changed, as far as if you see clearly that the first two, the separation anxiety disorder and the selective mutism, the childhood anxiety concept has been merged with the adult anxiety, and these subcategories have been introduced. And from the concept of phobic disorder, the social anxiety or social phobia has been taken out, and it has made a separate subcategory, and other specific phobia were made non-generalized phobic disorder. So social phobia disorder is become generalized phobic disorder and non-generalized phobic disorder. So phobic disorder mostly given a sub-classification, which we will discuss further. So in DSM ICD-11, also similar changes has been noticed. As far as DSM-5 is concerned, there I described how selective mutism and separation anxiety disorder in childhood has been merged with the whole gamut of anxiety disorder. And the co-occurrence previously in the hierarchy model, the depression, if it is there, and anxiety will be engulfed into that diagnosis. But later on, the GAD and depressive disorder can be comorbid diagnosis, and it can be like a dual diagnosis, can be coded. So ICD-10, which we are very comfortable with for many years and many decades, it looks like this phobic anxiety disorder and other anxiety disorder. In the phobic anxiety disorder with agoraphobia, with panic attack, agoraphobia without panic attack, and social phobias, specific isolated phobias, and other phobic anxiety disorder, and phobic anxiety disorder unspecified was there. Among anxiety disorder, as we know that panic, generalized anxiety, mixed anxiety depressions, and other things were there. But in case of ICD-11, all these phobic anxiety disorder and other anxiety disorder have been merged, and they have made agoraphobia, panic disorder, and from the phobic disorder, it has been divided into two. One is social anxiety disorder, another is other phobic disorder. So now DSM-5 looks like this. Separation anxiety disorder and selective mutism, these two comes mostly in children. Then specific phobias, and whenever there is a social anxiety, that comes under a separate subcategory. Then we know panic, agoraphobia, GAD, and any of the medical condition leading to anxiety attacks or anxiety disorder, and so on. So DSM-5 looks like this, and the first two are part of the childhood anxiety disorder. Next comes the phobic disorder, which is being classified into two things. One is social anxiety, or social phobia is being renamed as social anxiety disorder. This is the only change which is need to be understood. And other phobia, which is not related to the social phobia, am I audible?
Yeah, now you are audible, yes.
Yes, sir, now audible.
Okay. So I don't know, it has missed somewhere. I will again go back to the, okay. So my slides are visible? Hello?
No, sir. No, sir.
No, sir.
My slides are not visible?
No, sir. Not visible.
Is it what to do?
Just disconnected.
Okay, I'll reconnect.
Ravan, I shall suggest you to send it to Devadatta. So he can share.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you can send me.
Just go to the Zoom application, and at the center of the bottom there is a share screen option. So you can just try once again.
Your slide is visible now.
Hello.
Yes, your slides are visible.
Okay, shall I restart now from the
Yes.
where I left? Okay, so
Yes.
in ICD 11 looks like similar to the DSM 5, and the risk factor of this social anxiety disorder or generalized social anxiety disorder is female sex are more prone, and there will be, this is early onset, happens mostly in the low socioeconomic status family, and if there are trauma in the childhood, then they are more prone for this, and they are more prone for substance abuse, and if they are substance abuse, then there are more chance of getting into social anxiety disorder. And recent evidence suggests that exposure to physical punishment in childhood can lead to generalized social anxiety disorder. So next is, whenever there is any anxiety disorder, as you know, classical teaching is there, like cardiovascular, respiratory, drug induced or other metabolic and endocrine disorder to be ruled out, coming from this hyperthyroid, hyperparathyroid, and other carcinoid and paraneoplastic phenomenon, pheochromocytoma. As far as endocrine system is concerned, cardiovascular system is concerned, the hyperdynamic circulation of anemia, congestive cardiac failure, coronary insufficiency, dysarrhythmia, and so on. Drug intoxications and other drug related side effects as mentioned in my slide, and respiratory disorder like COPD, asthma can also mimic panic or anxiety attacks, but this should be ruled out before making a diagnosis of anxiety disorder or social anxiety disorder or a panic attack. Comorbidity, as we all know, the major depressive disorder with anxiety symptoms are with anxiety disorders comes as a comorbidity, and which happen fast and which has led to what is actually enigma, but they happen both together. Sometimes we have to make a dual diagnosis. Some of the challenges, when some 30 to 40% of patients would have there in the background will have some personality disorder in form of cluster C, the anxious, avoidant, or dependent, or mixed type of cluster C personality disorder. They also mimic or give a clinical simulations of a anxiety disorder or social anxiety disorder. So coming to the specific social phobia in ICD-10, as you have already said, there is three things. One is autonomic symptoms, one are cognitive symptoms, and there are behavioral symptoms. These three are the cardinal understanding of social phobia. But coming to DSM-5, the social anxiety disorder, the formulation has changed, and it has come to a different subgroup, and in which the age limitation that person should be more than 18 has been taken out, and it can be in the childhood, it can be in the teenage, and it can be in the adult time, and the symptoms last longer than 6 months of the specific social situations need to be there to make a diagnosis of social anxiety disorder. And there in the social anxiety disorder, when the clinics, when I ask patients that do you have all the time being feel that you are being scrutinized and you are being judged, you are being evaluated, if they say yes, and they or so much they present like these symptoms, I always feel that people are watching me or they are going to make a comment about me, then we can comfortably make a social anxiety disorder diagnosis, provided it's there, suffering there for more than 6 months. As if for one example is given here, somebody writing a signature in the back for a bank account, and how it social anxiety disorder, generalized social anxiety disorder affects this person's writing or the signature. In ICD-11, as you know that they have given three subspecialties or three situations during social interaction, when there is person is going to eat something in a mall or in a restaurant, or performing some act, or giving a speech, or giving reciting a poem in front of a crowd, then person's social anxiety disorder is being diagnosed in this type of situation. For the postgraduates, I want to say that anthropophobia is one of the item which has been included in and social anxiety disorder, generalized social anxiety disorder, when the person has been fear for other people. Anthropology is the study of human beings, and when there is fear for other human beings, it is also included under generalized social anxiety disorder category. Coming to the epidemiology, it is the similar thing, and it will take some more time to do epidemiological research because the criteria has changed, the subspecifier has changed, and there will be other neurobiological studies pertaining to that and epidemiological studies pertaining to that. And as you know, that female gender, family history of this anxiety spectrum disorder, and childhood signs of punishment, trauma, and other behavioral inhibition can lead to in teenage or in adulthood having generalized social anxiety disorder. Coming to the differential diagnosis or clinical approach, because we don't have any test or before going for any psychometry or diagnostic psychometry, we can make a diagnosis of social anxiety disorder comfortably. If the context is, person says, whenever I go away from my comfort zone, goes to a market in a crowded place, but I fear that I am not in my comfort zone. If I get a heart attack or a choking or a breathlessness, it will be difficult to get away from this crowded place. So then it becomes agoraphobia. What is the thought process? If the thought process is person feels that he is being scrutinized, people are looking at him, they might pass a judgment about him, then it will become a social anxiety disorder. And when in the crowded place in the past, a person would have seen a tremor or an earthquake or a blast, then subsequently when the person comes to a crowded place, will become hypervigilant, and there will be autonomic arousal, that will be PTSD, re-experiencing the same thing will be there. So if you understand that agoraphobia happens in the crowded place, social anxiety disorder is happening in this case in the crowded place, PTSD happening in the crowded place, but the context you have to see. If that is the fear of being away from the comfort zone or away from the home, if it gets a problem, then how it will be difficult to escape from the crowded place, then it will be agoraphobia. If the person says, in the crowded place, people are watching me, they are scrutinizing me, or I am being scrutinized, they might pass a judgment on me or may comment on me, then it will be always, all the time I am thinking like that, then it will be social anxiety disorder. If people have this type of feeling because of the past traumatic event which has happened in the crowded place, then it will be PTSD. Then the CBT has demonstrated efficacy in social anxiety disorder. As you all know, phobic disorder requires exposure, and gradual graded exposure will overcome the person from phobic kind of illness, but CBT will be more beneficial in case of generalized social anxiety disorder. Apart from pharmacotherapy, first line of therapy will be serotonergic agent, but other medication, as you know, that to peripheral symptoms, autonomic arousal can be controlled by using beta blockers, and judicious use of benzodiazepines also can be done. Social anxiety disorders becomes more chronic if the symptoms not treated in a particular duration of time, and as per the textbook, the 6 month to 1 year treatment of this spectrum of anxiety disorder is required to get a complete remission and less chance of future relapse. Neurobiology, as you all know, amygdala is our fear center, and in the lateral nucleus of amygdala, when there is a primary sensory inputs is come, then the thalamus and cortex also get information. And whenever there is a neutral stimulus, there will be a neutral response. Whenever there is a noxious stimulus or a toxic stimulus, then there will be a fear response. But in case of these subjects, there will be exaggerated or hyper or excitatory response from the amygdala and the subsequent projection to different visual cortex, auditory cortex, somatosensory cortex, and other cortexes. So whenever there is exaggerated response, then accordingly there will be thought process will change, that will lead to cognitive errors. There will be, when it will response to the autonomic center, then there will be autonomic arousal, and whenever there is a response to the hippocampus, then that memory gets stored, and in that gives anticipatory anxiety. And in similar situation, even before the stimuli comes, then there will be exaggerated response of hypervigilance or autonomic arousal, and fear, anxiety, panic will be there. So Coming to the last slide, where I would like to say that DSM and ICD are over the, if you see the DSM-2, which introduced this term as anxiety neurosis as a broad term, and before that how people are making diagnosis of phobic disorder or disorder of panic and anxiety, generalized anxiety. It has changed. In DSM-3 there will be, and DSM-3 there are conceptualization was done, and in those days we used to see anxiety disorder contains panic disorder, phobic disorder, OCD, PTSD, and generalized anxiety disorder. But subsequently in DSM-4 and DSM-5 there is a whole lot of changes happened, and because of that the selective mutism, separation anxiety has been clubbed with other anxiety disorder of adult, and the age mark of 18 has been removed. And in the phobic disorder there have been two subcategories. One is specific phobia and one is generalized social phobia or generalized social anxiety disorder is made. So in the generalized social anxiety disorder has more heritability, and that is the another finding. Researchers have found that early findings are in those who have specific phobias, they are later in onset, and these patients are having less family loading and less familial, and the genetic loading is less. But in case of those who are having generalized social anxiety disorder, the genetic loading is little bit more. The neurobiological differences is under research, whether hippocampus, the amygdala projections, or in the sensory perception and the memory consolidation, what are the things are happening, it is future to say. And if not treated early, this entity, that a generalized social anxiety disorder, can become chronic and can lead to morbidity and functional disability. With this, I would like to thank my faculties and all the faculties of ISJON and all the PGTs, and thank all the organizing team and Devatta and Tanvini madam and all the people who are in the behind the screen and making this wonderful academic session to happen in this difficult time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Rao, for an excellent and very comprehensive coverage of a condition that is one of the most common clinical entity that we come across in our everyday practice. Now, this is a challenging area, as we have already said. Dosology itself is a challenging area in psychiatry, and there is a phenomenon of spectrum phenomena and the comorbidity. All those things have to be kept in mind. Now, if there are any questions, I would like students to raise questions if they have any. Well, there is no question in the chat box. If there are any questions, please come up, put your question in the chat box. Screen is disappeared.
Yes, sir. There are no questions in the chat box. So we would move ahead if you would.
Okay, fine. There's some problem with my net, so I can't communicate. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, sir. And thank you, Ravan, sir. That was one excellent teaching session. Now we will move ahead with our next topic, that is psychopharmacology and recent advances in neuromodulation by Dr. Nishant Goyal. And the chairperson is Dr. Amlan Kusum Jana, who is an associate professor in KPC Medical College and Hospital, Kolkata. And he was his research field are schizophrenia, psychosomatic medicine, and he has many awards in his credit. like Young Psychiatrist Award by World Psychiatric Association, Cousins Center Global Outreach Award, International Bursary, Dr. Amit Bohra Memorial IAPP Award, and Siddhartha Memorial Award. Sir, I would like you to introduce our speaker, Dr. Nishant Goel. Thank you.
Can I start? Can I start if you don't mind?
Yes, please.
Dr. Jana sir, would you please introduce our speaker, Dr. Nishant Goel?
I was just tuned out because of the network problem. I'm logging in from my cell phone. So Dr. Nishant Goel and me, we are old acquaintances. I know him from quite some time, over a decade now. He's an associate professor in CIP, and he'll be speaking on pharmacotherapy and how it affects neuromodulation. As you all know, science have progressed. Medicines are not just affecting neurotransmitters. They're changing the neurons in a way so that it helps us. They help us with our treatment. I'm happy that Dr. Nishant Goel is speaking on this topic because he actually is doing it, not just medicines, but by other modes of treatment as well in CIP. So over to Dr. Nishant Goel. Please start your lecture.
Thank you, Amlan. And just give me a second so that I can share my screen. Please confirm if you are able to see the slides.
Yes,
Anyone?
yes.
Yeah,
we
thank
can
you.
see it.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
we are able to.
Thank you. So thank you very much for this opportunity. So thank you, Dr. Amlan, for your gracious introduction. Today, I'll be talking on the topic psychopharmacology and recent advances in neuromodulation. As we all know that we are running late, quite late. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers and sincere acknowledgement to my team in my department, particularly Dr. Umesh and Chandramouli. So without wasting much of time, let us first see what is psychopharmacology. We all use the term psychopharmacology in our day-to-day practice, work and all. So it's basically the study of effect of drugs on affect, cognition and behavior. The three, the ABC of psychiatry around which all psychiatric disorders are understood. This drug can be a medication to treat a disorder. It can be a chemical which might have a likelihood of being abused, or anything which is altering the function of the body cells. In other words, in psychiatry, neurons. So, yeah. So, when we practice psychopharmacology, the first thing which comes in our mind is referral. So referral for psychopharmacological evaluation and treatment. So the questions which come to the mind is when to refer, how to prepare the patient, what to expect from the medicines which we are going to provide to that person, what to expect from the person, how he is going to take those medicines, and what are some challenges of treatment. We all know the challenges can be lying in, they can lie in communication, the dynamics between, or within the individual, the ethics of practice, and some legal issues. So while prescribing a psychotropic agent after the diagnostic assessment, we choose a medication. This is something which is not new to all of you. You all know this, but it is just a primer. So you choose a medication based on the approvals. We see the family or the personal history of response. We go for to see the balance between the affecting the key symptoms and the side effects or the adverse effect. How do we start? How do we monitor the clinical response and side effects? And how we do adjustment of the dose when it is required. Now, I'll not go into the details of what psychopharmacological agent we use, just an ethos of how drugs in various psychiatric disorders have been developed over a period of time. If you can see on the screen, this timeline dates back to pre-1900s, where people were using opiates and alcohol to relieve anxiety. Till I would say till 1980s, most of the medicines which were actually started to be practiced in psychiatry were, discovered serendipitously. Like they were looking at something, but they found out something. All you can like talk about tricyclics. We all know the story of chlorpromazine, haloperidol, clozapine, lithium. So I'll not go into the details of that. It is only after the late 20th century when actually drugs were being developed based on some rationale and some proper design, and they were tested accordingly. So when we see by the late 1980s, as American psychiatry was undergoing radical changes, along with creation of modern neuroscience, we also found that this was the era of randomized controlled trial, where a lot of people actually they started looking into the effectiveness or efficacy of various drugs through randomized controlled trials. Then the time came when we can just weigh between the rise and fall of psychopharmacology, the era in which we started, maybe we are not that old, but people before us. So there was a time in early 1990s where there was rediscovery of clozapine and advent of atypical antipsychotics. By 1990, we all know fluoxetine by the name of Prozac was launched, and there was a rise of SSRIs. Atypical antipsychotics, SSRIs, not only they cause respite to the patients, but at the same time, they bought a lot of profit for the pharmaceutical industry, which again takes us to the darker side of psychopharmacology, the darker side which started to gradually evolve, where FDA required a black box warning for SSRI in terms of suicidality. You all know about it. They found that whatever drug you develop, they would not be able to mimic the clozapine's virtual absence of EPS or tardive dyskinesia. And with further advancement, the entire conundrum of metabolic syndrome came up. So what we saw that there was a surge between 1980s and 1990s, but the rate of growth of psychotropic agents declined steadily since 2001. And I'll not go into the details of this, which might not be required for our PG students as of now. So this led to a question asked by Dr. Philip Cowan, which came up in an editorial in BJP in 2011. So he asked, has psychopharmacology got a future? And which led to understanding of some hard truths about psychopharmacology. What we understand or we understood is that most of the drugs prescribed by us, they are prescribed outside the realm of psychiatric practice. You all know, I don't have to tell the details of that. And whatever you say, there has been only marginal incremental progress, and there are very few psychotropics which are there in the pipeline. So again, the question got reiterated whether psychopharmacology has a future. Now, interestingly, with technical or scientific advances shaping the practice led to good developments in genomics, proteomics, things like epigenetics, neuropsychology, along with advanced neuroimaging. And all these things, along with artificial intelligence, supercomputers, robotics, and data mining, led to looking into newer areas of psychiatric specialization, and which further led to a new concept which is now been growing steadily, which is called precision psychiatry or customized psychiatry, where we can customize agents based on the overall, the structure or the functioning of a person. This is just an example I thought I will discuss, but I'll skip this because we are running short of time. So from here, I'll move to neuromodulation. So before talking about what neuromodulation is, and I'm sure these days PGT first learn what not to do. So I'll tell what neuromodulation is not. It is not just putting a plug into your head and causing changes in the brain. The basic assumption is that the brain is an electrochemical organ which can be modulated not only by pharmacotherapy but also device-based approaches. I'll come to these device-based approaches one by one, where we can electrically stimulate the brain, or maybe we can focus primarily on certain sites. So these are some interesting new tools which are based on the changing neuroscience research and neuroscientific therapies. So if you see this brain, like how it has been evolved over a period of time, the middle picture is a picture of beautiful picture which we get when we do DTI or diffuser tensor imaging. Now you can see how RTMS, we all know, I'll not go into the details of this, how RTMS acts on the, which part of the brain, ECT acts on which part of the brain, and ketamine acts on which part of the brain. And this led to development of a newer subspecialty in psychiatry, which we all term as interventional psychiatry. It has not been, conceptualized properly, but this is how it is. Which broadly you can have neurostimulation, where we use things like transcranial direct current stimulation, RTMS, ECT, VNS, DBS, starting from least to most invasive. The technical consideration being that using electrical stimulation applied to the skull or via electrodes within the brain can modify the functioning of the brain. And some pharmaceuticals which are under trial, we all know about ketamine. Now people are talking about intranasal ketamine, and then trials are going on for neurosteroids, psilocybin, and things like Botox. So I'll not go into the details of that. Now, what is the current state of neuromodulation? It's been more than, I think 30 years or around 30 years when RTMS came into forte. We all know that ECT is there for quite long. Now, there are more than a dozen forms of brain stimulation which are in development or currently FDA approved for various neuropsychiatric indications. There are 2 dedicated journals exclusively for brain stimulation, but still our training curriculum is very, very informal, inconsistent, and limited when it comes to training opportunities for our postgraduates and maybe further people who are actually interested in this particular field. I always show this particular visual abstract which came in a BMJ 2019, where they claim the success story of non-invasive brain stimulation, or as we say, neuromodulation, where they found, where they reviewed around 113 RCTs over 6,750 individuals, and they found that there was good enough evidence for things like ECT, TMS, even theta burst stimulation, and transcranial direct current stimulation. So starting from what are the advances in ECT we are seeing now. Now in ECT, as we all know, ECT is the father of brain stimulation. We have been more than 80 years away from when it all started by Serletti and Binney. Now in the newer modalities of of ECT, people are actually looking into something called non-convulsive electrotherapy. Or what I mean to say is, you provide electrical stimulation, but it does not produce a seizure. Or if at all it produces a seizure, it produces a seizure, in a very, very focal area. I'll come to this. So these are some newer machines which have been used these days. As I said, people are trying to titrate and see the direction of the dose. And now they are talking about something called unidirectional stimulation, which is also known as focal electrically administered seizure therapy, or in other words, in simple words, we call it as FEAST. So the need was definitely that there was a drastic difference between bipolar, unilateral as well as bilateral stimulation. So what people did, they placed the anterior anode over the middle of the right eyebrow and the posterior cathode tangential to the nasoneurial line. And what they found that by focally administering the electrical stimulation, it just produced something which was less than a complete GTCS or a complete seizure. And gradually they found that it was effective, and now phase 3 trials are going on in the United States, and Dr. Harold Seckham is basically spearheading this movement. Who knows, the feast is going to be the future of ECTs, particularly under the realms of Mental Health Care Act, where there are a lot of restrictions for using ECTs. Then magnetic seizure therapy, I'll not go into the details of this because this is a very fancy affair, and it is not used, and it needs a lot of investment when it comes to to be used. But the idea is giving very high frequency of magnetic stimulation and leading to production of seizure. Moving on to TMS. We all know what TMS is, how it is different from ECT. In simple words, in TMS, we don't produce seizure. There is no anesthesia which is required. It is minimally or completely non-invasive, and the current does not reaches the deeper structure I showed in the previous slide. So this is how it happens or it works. When we apply magnetic stimulation on the scalp, it causes depolarization of neurons, suppose in this part on the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, leading to local neurotransmitter release, which again further led to depolarization of pyramidal neurons in the DLPFC, and again affecting the deeper neurons in the brain, which causes activation of deeper brain areas. And that is how they are going to produce changes in the dorsolateral as well as the anterior cingulate cortex. And finally, these effects are associated with improvement in the target symptoms. Target symptoms can be in depression, negative symptoms, schizophrenia, so on and so forth. So based on frequency, we use low frequency, which decreases cortical excitability, high frequency, which increases, and something called pattern TMS or theta burst. I'll talk about it in a moment. So this is the integrated 100 Hertz RTMS system which we use at CIP. Amlan was telling that we are actually doing. Yes, we are actually doing it. This is the robotized neuronavigation TMS. These are all advancements over the conventional RTMS which we used to hold by hand and give the stimulation. So this is the photo, the real surface photograph of using TMS and CIP. Now, something called navigated TMS, because in TMS there are three things. One is the hotspot, the spot at which you are going to provide the TMS, what is the frequency of TMS, and what is the motor threshold or what is the power of TMS. So to localize the area, we use a technique called navigated TMS. This is basically for precise localization and precise delivery. So people were using something like SPECT and other things, but now with the advent of navigated TMS, we use an infrared camera and a patient-specific 3D MRI to make a head model individually for that individual and try to locate the hotspot. You can see the right side of the screen down. So we have published a few things over there. Then coming to pattern TMS, people saw that high frequency, low frequency, it was not working properly. So they thought of increasing the number of stimulation over a less period of time, and that came with development of something called pattern TMS, or which is also known as theta burst stimulation. You can see on the left side this is conventional RTMS, on the right side is the pattern TMS. The number of stimulations are more over the same period of time. We have been doing a lot of research when it comes to priming stimulation, theta burst stimulation. These are just few examples which we have published in the phase of last 7 or 8 years. So all these things have come from the lab in CIP. So I'll not go into the details of findings because of the paucity of time. Then came to something called a deep TMS. Now, deep TMS is a relatively new addition to our current armamentarium, where we are targeting deeper structures, structure like precuneus or anterior cingulate cortex. And particularly for OCD, people are trying to target the orbitofrontal cortex. So we have recently, like only last year, we have acquired the first deep TMS in our country. This is basically a helmet-shaped coil which is attached to a conventional RTMS system by which we deliver current to the deeper structures of the brain. Now moving on to a relatively simple, establishment when it comes to brain stimulation using electrotherapy or electrical stimulation, the way we do it in ECT. Something called TDCS. It is definitely relatively cheaper, easier, portable, and has got less adverse effect than RTMS. It's nothing but a very simple, it's like a battery where you have a negative anode and a positive cathode. And when you, apply the current flows from anode to cathode. You know the basic physics. And on the basis of that, when they are applied on two specific areas of the brain, they found when the current, passes from anode to cathode, it causes changes in the brain. How? Anodal stimulation augments neuronal excitability, and my friends, mind it, there are studies, particularly studies done in, rats and guinea pigs, where they have found that using TDCS has led to augmentation of neuronal excitability. And oppositely, cathodal stimulation, it inhibits neuronal excitability. So this is how it works. Now, these are the various areas you can see A, B, C, D, D, E, N, E, F, where with the various placements of anode and cathode, we apply TDCS to various parts of the brain for various disorders. I'll give you one example. For depression, treatment of depression, we put the anode on the left DLPFC and the cathode on any area on the opposite side. So this is how it goes. Now, an advent over TDCS, which is a 2-electrode system, to something called high definition TDCS or high definition transcranial direct current stimulation. What we do over here, using the 1020 EEG system, we find out one anode and we surround it with 4 cathodes. So this is a 4-into-1 ring structure. You can see on the screen how it is made. Now, what is the advantage of TDCS? That when you do it like this, the current flows much deeper into the brain when it is passed from anode to cathode, and it causes more neuronal activation or maybe cortical activation, which you can see on the screen downstairs. So you can see this is the real side picture of HD TDCS we are using, and I am proud to say that we are the first in the country to use HD TDCS. Now I'll just close my presentation in the next 5 or 6 minutes, where I would like to throw some light on the emerging or experimental methods, where we use a lot of deep brain stimulation. But again, it's a forte of neurosurgeons, then psychiatrists. We use TENS or transcranial electrical stimulation, TACS, alternating current stimulation, random noise stimulation, vagal nerve stimulation. We know that we have good evidence for vagal nerve stimulation. I'm just skipping this thing because of the paucity of time. So please excuse me for this. I just want to inform you at this point of time that last year only in the United States of America, US FDA has given approval to a system called Monarch external trigeminal nerve system for treatment of pediatric ADHD. It is still not available outside USA, but it is a very, I would say, very interesting development which has happened in pediatric neurostimulation, I would say, because we are working in those lines, so I can share you with that. Now, there are just, one or two things which are further high up when it comes to advancements, something called hybrid stimulation. Now, what we are doing, and we are actually doing this, we are combining two strategies. Like we are combining fMRI and TMS, we are combining EEG and TMS, we are combining fMRI, EEG, TMS. By this way, what we are doing, we are creating virtual lesions, and we see how the functional brain networks are acting upon that in various disorders. We have recently published a report in Psychiatric Research for OCD, where we combined fMRI with TMS. So now we are having some wearables which are available for experimental use, I must say. So yeah, so just to finish this, you can see this is a concluding table. I can say that where we talk about various mechanisms like ECT, TMS, magnetic seizure therapy, vagal nerve stimulation, and deep brain stimulation. Just to say that TMS only we have got level 1 evidence for depression, maybe some evidence for OCD. So this is how it goes. To summarize, I'll always quote, this is an editorial which came in Indian Journal of Psychiatry by our editor, Dr. O.P. Singh sir. So he just talked about an initiative called BRAIN by the US government. And he said that this is high time that we acknowledge the impact of interventions in psychiatry and take appropriate measures to suitably train ourselves as well as other mental health care providers. This is a small step which CIP Nimhans and KMC Manipal we have taken. We have been accorded with a project by Welcome DBT called Clinical Research Center for Neuromodulation in Psychiatry. Basically, this is an opportunity to get training into advanced neuromodulation techniques. And we also provide, potential for pursuing PhD in the area of neuromodulation in psychiatry. And we also provide clinical research training fellowships for post-MBBS and post-MD people. So this is the group of people we all are working. I'm basically representing CIP Ranchi. It is the lead PI is Dr. Venkat, and Umesh is with me from CIP. There are other people. So just to finish, neuromodulation, after COVID-19, we all know, and there is, acknowledgement from the brain stimulation community that this is the time we should look at home neurotherapeutics. The instruments like transcranial direct current stimulators, vagal nerve stimulators, and TMS might be a strong candidate option. ECT might not, but these things can be considered for at-home stimulation. So to conclude, psychopharmacology has come a long way from serendipitous discoveries to rational design, but we don't know what next. We need to formally recognize non-invasive brain stimulation as a subspecialty of psychiatry, to operationalize training programs, and it might help us better meet the challenges for treating treatment-resistant psychiatric illness. So this is where I have grown and I work. There are a few pictures from our lab. So thank you so much for your kind attention, and thank you for the opportunity. Over to you, Amlan. Thank you.
Well, as I said, this is going to be a very elaborative and comprehensive presentation. So it was. Because of dearth of time, some slides were skipped, and the speaker focused mainly on the future aspects. So I was thinking it's like giving you a trailer of an upcoming hit movie, like James Bond's movie coming up next year. You've been shown some trailers, so I'm sure you must be having many questions. Do we have any question in the chat box?
I don't see any, so I'm not sure.
I was about to say that in war, no one shoots the messenger, and in education, no one scolds a student who asks question. You could have asked many questions about this, because looks like this is where our discipline is going into, and we'll have many answers to many questions using this neuromodulation. If you do not have any question, then we can move on to our next speaker. I'd like to thank Dr. Nishan Goel for this presentation.
Thank you so much,
and I think we can have more of talks on this topic from him in future.
Thank you so much. Look forward. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing this wonderful knowledge of yours about advanced technologies. Now we will move ahead with the last topic of the day, but not the least, is opioid substitution therapy, how effective it is in Indian context, by Dr. Pankaj Kumar. And the chairpersons are Dr. Mihir Ranjan Nayak and Dr. Kaveri Bhattacharya. Dr. Kaveri Bhattacharya is an associate professor and HOD of psychiatry, Midnapore Medical College and Hospital Nodal Officer, DMHP, East and West Midnapur District, member of Medical Education Unit NMCH, and member of Juvenile Justice Board NMCH, and Dr. Mihir Ranjan Nayak, Associate Professor of Psychiatry, Mental Health Institute, Center of Excellence, SCB Medical College, Cuttack, President Indian Psychiatry Society, Odisha State Branch, Nodal Officer, OST Center, SCB Medical College. He has published more than 15 research publications in national and international journals. Sir, I would like to request you to introduce our speaker, Dr. Pankaj Kumar. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir. You
Yes,
are audible.
Yes. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. The today topic is the opioid substitution therapy.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, can you please stop sharing for a minute so we can share your introduction, and your chairperson would like to introduce you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The opioid substitution therapy. Very good evening to all. Though it is a last topic of this evening, but it is a very interesting one and very interesting in this COVID-19 pandemic, because the use of the opioid, that is the brown from bupropion, is important in relation to the opioid addiction and the parental intake of the opioid. I am being the nodal officer of the OST Center, SC Medical College, Cuttack. I know the difficulties, how to registration and how the handling the patient, counseling, do titration, and the sending to the ART center for the HIV and other viral marker, and working about in the drug availability of the drug by the NACO. It is very difficult. Recently there is no drugs, but the patient is crowded in the OT center. Facing to manage this, but to give this justice to the topic, we ask the eminent speaker, Dr. Pankaj Kumar, who is the eminent speaker. No need to introduce. He is a additional professor and head of the department of AIMS Patna. Is the current co-chairman of the Forensic Psychiatry Specialty section of the Indian Psychiatry Society, ex-co-chairperson of the Rehabilitation Psychiatry Society section of the IPS, currently the editor of the India IPS Bihar State Branch. He has 16 years teaching experience, a number of the projects carried out and published more than 30 papers in the national and as well as international publication. Index Journal is a 6th chapter also, and he awarded Marthoti Award in 2016. With this, I request Dr. Pankaj Kumar to give the presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Sir, for the kind introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
And my slides are visible, huh?
No, sir.
No, sir, not right now.
Okay. Now it is visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are very much visible. Yes, sir. Start your presentation.
Okay. So very good, very wonderful. Good evening to all of you, and especially all the PG students, because this is the special program we conduct every year for the PG development aspect. Though
Sir,
it is the
make
last
it
session.
slideshow mode.
Pardon?
Sir, it is not a slideshow presentation.
I have done it with that.
Present.
Full screen. Make it full screen.
Full screen, sir.
Is it now visible?
It's
Hello?
visible, but it's not full screen. Go to the bottom. There is an option.
Yes.
slideshow.
Yes, yes.
Okay, it's visible. You can continue.
I'll try again, sorry.
You can continue, sir. It's visible.
Now it's fine? Hello?
It has not been full screen, but we can see it. You can continue.
Okay, sorry, I don't know there is what technical
Okay, sir,
issue.
carry on, no
Okay,
problem, sir.
okay. So cut down the time, I'll not go into the background. So when I was given this topic, it was predominantly highlighting that how effective it is. But when I thought that it's a PG development program and the topic of OST, generally OST services are not very much there in many of the academic departments and institutes. So I thought I'll also try to briefly tell them or appraise them about OST methods and the basic processes in OST treatment program. And after that, I'll also talk about the various research evidence and what is currently happening at the level of scaling up of the program in the India. So we'll start with the brief prevalence. We know the last year NDDTC produced the recent data about the prevalence, and it was found that 2.1% of the Indian population is using opioid, and under which among the 2.1%, 0.7% are problem users and 0.2% are the dependent user. If you see in the bar graph, you can see easily how the use of heroin has been increasing in percentage
You have not
gradually.
changed the slide.
Yeah. Hello.
The first slide is showing in the screen. You have not changed the slide.
Slides are not changing.
I'm going into the screen share. I'm going through window and then opening share, sharing my PPT. Is it now? Next slide. Is it available? Is it
Yes.
visible?
It is available. You can go through the arrow downwards. It will go. No problem.
Okay. Thank you. So we can see in 2004, which was the first survey done for the mental health problem and prevalence in India, that time it was 0.7% of population who was using opioid. So you can see how much more than 3 times increase in the opioid use consumption in our country in the last 15 years. And also, if you can see the data, most of the opioid use are very much confined to the few states that include Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, Maharashtra, and some northeastern states. So, if you can compare the prevalence of opioid with the global prevalence rate, then the global prevalence rate is 0.70%, and in India it is 2.06, which is still very higher even with the other Asian country. So we all know why heroin and the opioid use is increasing among the many regions. One of the important geographical reason is this: India is strategically located between Golden Crescent and the Triangle, and it becomes a very important transit route as well as destination. As well as India is also the one of the biggest producers of opium also. So that are the basic reasons why the trend of heroin and opium is increasing in our country. So coming to the treatment options, as per it is a traditional way we do the assessment, detox, then the long-term treatment. Here in today's topic, we'll be predominantly focusing on the long-term treatment, which can be done through agonist maintenance and antagonist maintenance. But our focus will be agonist maintenance. So most of the medication which is being used in the maintenance treatment in opioid predominantly target the three important components of physical dependence, that is the tolerance, withdrawal, and the craving. And that affects, and that along with the psychosocial interventions leads to decrease in the adverse consequence and ultimately increase in the productivity and quality of the patients. When coming to the primary goals and approach of the treatment, it is predominantly two approaches, abstinence-based approach and the harm reduction approach. The common goals
Sir, you
in
are
these
not
two approaches is the same. Pardon?
Sir, please
sir,
change
you are
the
not
Pardon?
slide.
changing the slide, sir.
I'm changing the slides. It's
No,
not appearing there. Hello?
no, sir,
Because
the
you
old
have
one.
Sorry, just a minute.
Chairpersons, can I suggest
Yes, sir.
you share the number of the support staff or Debadatta or Tanmaini to with him so that he can WhatsApp it and you share from your end. It will be easier.
Okay, okay, sir.
You share on the screen so that he will know your number and share. So you share from your end. It will be easier. He will be.
to make it full screen.
उसको फुल स्क्रीन कर दीजिए. वहां पर एक आवर ग्लास जैसा है पंकज जी.
Sir, you can send us.
Tarmani, you have got the number of Dr. Pankaj, or I shall give you.
Yes, sir.
I am giving you. In the other phone, I am in a meeting of.
Sir, please click on the slides.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry, is it coming? Hello?
Yes, 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 sir.
Is it showing?
Coming, but not full
Yes, sir.
screen till
Showing
now.
that number 8, serial slide number 8. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
Sir, is the
Yes,
slide
sir.
show?
Please mute. Sir, continue, sir.
Hello.
So I was talking. Hello.
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Continue, sir. Continue.
I was talking about what are the basic premise of abstinence versus harm reduction approach. As I said, the complete abstinence is the primary objective of abstinence-oriented approach, and the other goals of the treatment is subsequent to the achievement of the complete abstinence. So there is a high risk if patient go out of the system, there is a high risk of dropout from the treatment as well as high risk of relapse. Whereas the basic premise in harm reduction is focus on the retaining the person in the treatment network. And that is the most effective way to reduce the use of illicit substance use and reduction of physical and psychosocial complications, which we can see as a harm reduction and ultimately leading to enhancement of functioning and improvement in quality of life. So over the time, with the frequent failure or poor results out of abstinence-based oriented approach, the shift of emphasis has become to the harm reduction oriented approach, in which the emphasis is reduce the harm and we should try to achieve the goals, but not at the cost of losing the patient. That means, in any way, if we can reduce the harm to the patient, that is predominantly important rather than waiting for the complete abstinence or focusing on that. So these are the various harm reduction approaches: OST, needle syringe exchange program, condom distribution, ART. These are the NACO's different harm reduction approaches. But today we are going to focus on the agonist substitution therapy. Now, coming to the philosophy of agonist substitution therapy, it is basically we are substituting an illicit, medically unsafe, short-acting, more addictive opioid drugs, which is taken by a dangerous route and ways, substituting that with more legal, more safer, long-acting medication with known purity and potency, and the better and safer route of administration, so that we can reduce all the harmful consequences. So based on that philosophy, what are the medication which can be suitable for agonist maintenance? So the medication which has a good potency to control the withdrawal symptom, those who can reduce the craving significantly, has minimum side effect, are long acting, has low dependent potential, and easily available and easy to administer. Now, among the agonist maintenance, there are two major type of agonists. One is full agonist, another is partial. If you would like to see the dose and response of opioid effect of the agonist and partial agonist and the full agonist and antagonist, so then you can see when there is an antagonist, even if you increase the dose, there is no change in the response pattern. Wherever in full agonists like methadone, there is a resultant increase in the toxicity and resultant high risk of respiratory depression and death that can occur when we are using a full agonist dose without appropriate dosing. Whereas when you are using partial agonist, there is a ceiling effect. So after a certain increase of the effect on the opioid effect, there is no further increase even after the dose of the drug is being increased. So that is the potential benefit for which buprenorphine as a partial agonist is much more acceptable for OST treatment in our country. So far as the various medication which is being used for agonist maintenance, that is methadone, buprenorphine, LAM, slow release oral morphine, and to opium, it is a past history now. So among that, the methadone, buprenorphine, and slow release oral morphine, these three are available in the Indian context. So when we talk about how the agonist treatment has progressed over the time in our country, that is very much linked to the availability of various group of pharmacological agents. So as you can see in the 89, that was early 90 was the period when low dose 0.2 mg buprenorphine came into the India after DGCA clearance. And in 2000, the high dose that was 2 mg buprenorphine. 2004, the sustained release morphine preparation came, and 2006, which is very, very important, from which time the buprenorphine combined with antagonist naloxone, that preparation came into the market, and that has significantly affected the speed and scaling up of the OST services. And lastly, in 2012, methadone that has been approved by DGCA and various amendments in NDPS has also make it easily to be used in the medical purposes. So in that way, the various drugs has changed the OST treatment method, changed the scale of the OST treatment for opioid dependent person. As we talked about the advantage of buprenorphine, it is partial agonist, so ceiling effect, sublingual route, so safer for children, low activity if swallowed, and it has low street value that when it is used high on heroin patient, it will precipitate severe withdrawal, or when it is used in withdrawal state, it gives relief to the person. Now, basically talking about some basic fact about the OST treatment method, broadly three phases: induction phase, maintenance, and termination phase. So in induction phase, we first in 3 to 7 days, on the daily basis, we give the dose and see the response of the dose, buprenorphine dose, and we basically monitor with whether there are still having withdrawal symptoms, or whether there is still is craving, or there is still having person is showing the excessive side effects of the buprenorphine. So based on balance of these three parameters, we decide the dose which is effective as well as not showing any adverse effect in the person, and that dose is continued in the maintenance phase. And in maintenance phase is the most important part of any OST treatment, because in maintenance part the most important objective is to retain the person in the treatment, so that the compliance of the treatment is ensured, as well as regular monitoring for the drug level through clinical monitoring, as well as urine drug screening, so that we can identify any changing pattern, any new use of substance or worsening, so that we can consider re-evaluation and stabilization of patient, as well as rehabilitation and reintegrative measure through various psychosocial interventions. So all these are very, very important for maintenance phase. That decides the final outcome in a person who is going on OST treatment. Now, after
Hello.
that maintenance phase, the
Sir,
discontinuation.
please change your slide. Sir, you are not changing the slide, sir.
I am
Please.
changing. Is it not
No,
appearing?
not, sir. Not changing, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Please change, sir.
Just a minute,
It's
sir. Give me
already,
one. Give me
okay, sir.
1 minute. Print.
Sir, please close your PowerPoint and reopen and try. And your video also off, sir.
Okay. Slide change is not being shown there.
You can send us presentation to
Okay,
the organizer. They can.
Or you just close your PowerPoint and reopen.
Yes.
Might be it works. Sir.
Is the change showing there if I'm
No, sir.
changing?
No. Your slide is not visible.
The share screen also off now.
Okay.
You share the screen, sir.
अब स्लाइड जो करना शेयर वाली जो सेलेक्ट करना है स्लाइड सेलेक्ट करो इसको मिनिमाइज करो
Yes, sir. Visible.
The change is showing.
Visible, but
Yes, sir.
it
Yes, sir. Visible.
will not change unless you make it full screen.
That I'll do. That I'll do.
Make it full screen.
Okay, sir. You put this. Okay. Yes, sir. Put it.
आ गया
नहीं सर नहीं है.
Now?
Yes.
Perfect. When you change the slide, you can see one slide. Yes, perfect, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I continue.
So I was talking about the various steps and phases of the OST treatment method. So once the maintenance phase has been successfully achieved and there has change and all the goals have been met, we try to discontinue the OST treatment with the consent and the prior discussion with the patient and their family members under the close monitoring for the another next 6 years. So there can be both possibility. We can continue after drug-free without any maintenance treatment, or in some situation, if there is a re-emergence or possibility of any change in the life situation, we can also consider adding naltrexone after the OST phase also. Now coming to buprenorphine naloxone combination and the benefit of it, as I talked earlier, how it has changed the symptom because of the combination, which is leading to leading to decrease in the diversion potential of the buprenorphine, which was earlier a major challenge in the plain buprenorphine preparation because of the poor bioavailability of the oral preparation of naloxone, but when it is injected, the naloxone bioavailability become 100%, so it precipitates withdrawal. So no euphoric effect. So that is the major advantage. Now coming to the MMT, methadone maintenance, which is a very new initiative. As I told earlier, it was 2009 approved, but finally it came into 2012 in the treatment part and started at some of the very few centers have started MMT, particularly NDDTC in New Delhi. They have started first here in India. Now through DSC, some other centers have also started methadone maintenance treatment initiative. So as we can see, methadone liquid and the dispenser, it is dispensed in the same way as then the process and the phases are same as in the buprenorphine substitution treatment, and it is done on the daily observed treatment pattern. That is the important part of methadone. The dose requirement of methadone is 40 mg. That has been seen in the research study from the Indian population average dose requirement. Now coming to effectiveness, if you talk about the benefit, as we say earlier in the goal part, that it reduces drug consumption and promote abstinence or reduction from the harmful pattern of the drug use through illicit drug use. It reduces risky behavior so that risk of HIV transmission is reduced, risk when the lethal overdose and the death risk due to that is very minimized. The reduction in the other high risk and the other high risk behavior in the form of promiscuous, unsafe sexual behavior and the reduction in the crime. All these are the benefits which has been seen with the various kind of OST treatment regime. There are certain critical issues which has been seen in the OST program in Indian context, particularly because still predominantly it is the non-health sector, primarily the NGO sector and the NACO recognized centers, NGO centers, they are providing. So providing psychosocial intervention and the ancillary services for such ID users has been a problem in this pattern of NGO related OST treatment. The monitoring part is not adequate and there are much loopholes in the careful monitoring. The attitude of a staff is also hampering in the process of compliance of the person as well as retention in the treatment of the person. Stock management and record maintenance, which are important from the legal and the administrative perspective, because these are the important prohibited substances under NDPS Act. So that is also a major concern in Indian setting. Now, a strategy to prevent diversion that has been taken, as I talked earlier, that there were certain other strategy apart from after adding the naloxone combination, the patients have been being given take-home medication, but only after they have stabilized on the DOT regime, direct observation treatment regime, and the frequent repeated urine screening is being done. Family members and the frequent psychosocial interventions are increased so that the persons are motivated to remain and compliant to the OST regime and on and off admission as and when required for observation. Now, briefly about the global status of OST efficacy and effectiveness, it is well proven and well accepted modality of first line treatment in opioid dependence disorder across the globe, and it is continuing since 1960s. It is 65 when first time USA started. After that, almost all the countries are using OST treatment regime, and WHO has listed now buprenorphine in the list of essential medication. And all international guidelines and now the national guidelines also identify OST as the most effective treatment in the population of opioid use and dependent disorders, not only the ID users. Now coming to the Indian research perspective, I'll go by the first the small scale short-term experimental design which were done at low scale by the local centers were providing treatment in the initial part of the early 90s and the late 90s. So first thing was opioid withdrawal efficacy of buprenorphine, which was compared with clonidine, and it was found that the buprenorphine is superior to clonidine in withdrawal management of patients with opioid dependence. That was done by Nigam et al. In 1993. The suppression of acute effects of morphine in subject on buprenorphine was also studied using experimental design by Singh et al. In 1993 in Delhi, and they also reported that buprenorphine is able to block the acute effect of morphine in the person's about the abuse liability of buprenorphine, which is the major concern in the initial part because of the non-availability of combination. So that was also studied, and it was compared with buprenorphine with morphine and pentazocine in a study conducted by Bedi and Ash in 1998, and they reported that it has buprenorphine has similar abuse potential as morphine, that is moderate, not mild as it was earlier considered. So moderate level of abuse liability was there, but it was less than the other synthetic opioid, particularly pharmaceutical opioid like pentazocine. The subjective effect of buprenorphine in patients on buprenorphine maintenance, that was also an important area which tried to research in the Indian setting by Singhal et al. And it was published in 2006. And they found that even after increasing the dose of buprenorphine up to the 10 mg, there was no significant effect on the psychomotor performance impairment in the person who are taking buprenorphine on the regular basis as maintenance treatment. Similarly, there was issue of deciding what dose should be appropriate. So there was certain study, experimental design study was there done by Raka and Day et al., in which they had compared 2 mg and 4 mg buprenorphine on patient on maintenance treatment, and they found there was no significant difference between the two groups in terms of their effectiveness in the person with opioid dependence by different measures, which included AIC severity index and various domains of quality of life index also. Now, attenuation of acute effect of morphine with buprenorphine was also an important area which need to be explored for more in the Indian setting. And Burma et al. Did a comparative trial in which they used 3 groups, and each group received in either injection morphine or placebo in a double-blind crossover design. And they found no difference in efficacy of 4 mg, 8 mg buprenorphine in blocking the subjective effect of morphine. So basic conclusion from these all preliminary study of a small scale in experimental design in the early 90s and the late 90s was that buprenorphine was superior to clonidine in alleviating the withdrawal symptoms. It is helpful in blocking the acute effect of morphine. It doesn't have untoward side effect, and there is no worsening of psychomotor performance. Abuse liability is moderate. There is no difference as such between different doses, particularly 2 mg and 4 mg doses in the efficacy of buprenorphine. So these were the basic preliminary efficacy studies which were done in buprenorphine maintenance treatment in patients with opioid dependence.
Sir, you are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Hello. Hello, is it over? Actually, I was being disconnected.
Dr. Pankaj, can you just complete your slide? Hello? Hello, sir?
Pankaj sir, you are muted.
Your screen slide also not visible.
Okay. I think we have come.
Completed, not complete, sir, madam. Pankaj,
Yes,
sir?
is it visible
Yes,
now?
sir. Yes, sir, visible.
Yeah,
Sir,
yes,
please,
it is visible.
please
Okay.
continue, sir, and complete
Okay.
as early as possible, sir. Please.
Okay. So now I am talking about there is some multi-centric study conducted by UNODC in collaboration with NACO under the technical guidance of NDDTC in 2005-6, a multi-centric study, which clearly established that OBG oral buprenorphine maintenance therapy should be scaled up in the country, and it is not only can be used for HIV risk reduction strategy but also as a treatment modality for non-IDO patients, as it is safe and effective also intervention and produces substantial improvement. So there are certain studies done by treatment retention rate in OST. As you can see, 3, 6, and 9 months follow-up done. You can see the higher 79% treatment retention. Even at the 9 months follow-up, it was 68% retention on person on OST treatment. The various indexes of ADI was also monitored in the longitudinal pattern, and you can see apart from employment, which was decreasing only in the 9-month end, the other aspects, which will include medical, psychological, family, and legal and drugs aspects, every aspect showed steady decline over the
What's happening? Again disconnected.
Pankaj sir, you are muted.
You can't see the slides.
yes, now it is now audible, ma'am.
Yes, you are on.
Yes.
So, in another study done by Dr. Anju Dhawan and Dr. Chopra in 2013, they tried also to see that how the quality of life in the maintenance treatment at the end of maintenance treatment is there in a person with opioid dependence disorder. So, in 231 subjects recruited from different centers, and they followed up their patient and applied the WHO QOL brief version, and different domains of those versions were monitored, and they found that there was significant improvement in all the domains of the quality of life, which included physical domain, social relationship domain, psychological domain, environmental domain. So there was significant improvement in all domains of quality of life at the end of 9 months in person with agonist maintenance treatment. So all these two important multi-centric large-scale studies, they confirm that there are well-established effectiveness and feasibility of OST treatment even in the Indian context, which has been established by the prospective experimental design as well as naturalistic designs. The safety is also well demonstrated, which is there demonstrated by naturalistic study as well as observational marketing surveillance studies also. Dr. Ambekar in his review has also tried to highlight some of the area of research which still require more emphasis, particularly comparison between methadone and buprenorphine in an Indian setting, which is not much done there because in the other parts of the globe, methadone is still the #1 drug for the OST treatment. But in India, due to various reasons, buprenorphine still is the predominant drugs used as a agonist treatment. The use of agonist treatment in a special population like adolescent population or in the female population or in pregnant population or homeless child. So these are the special population how OST can be found to be effective. So research evidence needs to be generated because all these populations are really vulnerable population and gradually showing increased number of opioid use. The dosing issue of OST in Indian setting, most of the studies, and there are certain reviews from the Indian studies which has said the average dose in the Indian context is lower than the other part of the globe. And the average dose for buprenorphine in the Indian OST regime is around 6 mg, and for the methadone, it is around 40 mg per day. So that is considered lower, but there is no definitive response for this lower pattern of lower dose requirement in Indian setting. And the most important thing is, in spite of well proven research evidence for the effectiveness and feasibility, there are still multiple barriers to scale up this OST program. So systematic study to understand the barriers and how to remove it. That is also a very important area of research emphasis. Now, coming to the scale up, after 2007-8, that NACO study, and after that, NACO officially included OST as their important harm reduction strategy also. So after that, there has been significant scale of OST services, but still mostly in the NGO sector and the various. So if you can see the data up to the 2040, how the number of districts has increased earlier from 2019 to 2014. In the 5 years, that almost approximately 190 districts are covered and more than 22,000 OST centers under the NACO is being run in this country now, who are using predominantly buprenorphine-based OST treatment method. The government sector, unfortunately, apart from the identified few centers, has not yet been very actively involved in this particular important treatment program or services. There are, however, there are certain strengths of government health sector in terms of the availability of infrastructure, availability of manpower, and the expertise and availability of referral services so that ancillary services as well as the DOT and ART services can be easily available. So overall, the sustainability of the program, which was a major hurdle, is better if the government sector can also be involved in the OST treatment program. So nowadays, the government, Ministry of Health, Government of India, as well as the NACO, as well as VNODC, has make a comprehensive integrative package program under which there is important linkage between the government healthcare facility and the nearest NGO facility who are providing the OST services for ID users. So the government care facility will be providing OST services not only to ID users, to the all opioid dependent users, and NGO facility nearby will be there in collaboration so that the patient's follow-up, patient compliance and patient psychosocial intervention, other things can also be ensured under the program so that the program can give more effective outcome. So that is the current policy and proposed model which is being propagated and being used to upscale the services in the near future. In the meantime, all in the last 10 years after 2007, there have been multiple development of research materials. Pardon? Pardon? Is it fine? Hello?
Actually,
Hello?
sir, your
Yes, sir.
slide is not changing.
Not changing. We are actually running a shortage of time. Please
Yes, yes,
can
but
go forward.
there are few slides.
Okay, sir. Your slide is not changing also.
Okay. Is it now? Hello?
No, sir.
Okay. Just give me one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are on the 56 slide number.
Yes.
Carry on, sir. Please go fast. Don't mind, sir.
Okay. So now it is visible.
Yes, sir. Visible.
Now it is visible. Okay.
Visible,
So
sir.
now
Visible.
I am coming to summing. So summing up regarding all the aspects that we can see how the OST journey in India has progressed. We can see it has started with the buprenorphine low dose in plain form, then followed by buprenorphine naloxone combination. In between, slow release morphine, sustained release oral morphine came, but that could not gain popularity because of the combination was much easier and it can be used in a take home pattern also rather than DOT pattern of the OST treatment. And buprenorphine OST treatment program has now been upscaled, including by the collaboration of NACO, UNADC, UNAIDS, drug re-addiction program of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. The milestones we can see of OST in India in analogous to contemplation, preparation, and action phase. So 1989 to 2000 was a phase where it was still preparing, building up research background, building up a small experience from community level, a small center. Then after the guidelines prepared with NACO developed and adopted the OST program under their program. After that, it was a massive upscaling. So after that preparation, the action phase in which now we can see there are multiple agencies and multiple guidelines and the programs are being scaled up to increase the availability of OST in India. The national level challenge we are still, we have already covered inadequate coverage. The services in the private sector is very few due to the legal and other hassle. No services for non-IDO opioid user, which is a major concern despite being the research evidence. So future, the NACP National AIDS Control Program targets is that OST center to be developed in all districts which has more than 250 ID users and coverage of more than 20% ID users in the coming year. And they are planning to include buprenorphine and methadone both in their OST treatment program. And as I talked about, Ministry of Health, Government of India under DDAP, through the program of drug treatment clinics are providing funding to the government-based hospital or the dispensaries to start OST services for both IDU and non-IDU with both the treatment method, buprenorphine and methadone. As per current strength, I think it is almost 27 DTC centers are already there. There are regional centers identified and all of them are increasing the DTC centers more and more every year, and it is targeted to increase it to the 60 to 70% of district through the DTC centers in the near future. With that brief and background, I would like to stop my presentation here. Thank you very much, and sorry for the technical interruption in between due to the network issue. Thank you very much. Over to Chair, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for your lucid presentation. Now, the Kaveri Madam, can you take over that?
Yes, thank you everybody. Thank you the organizer. Sir has delivered an excellent presentation, but we suffered a lot for the technical problems. And I would request the organizers to collect the PowerPoint presentation prior to this actual event. So thank you everyone. There is no question in my chat box. Is there any question?
No, not in the chat box.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Can you wind up the session?
Yes.
Yes.
I think we can.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Pankaj sir, for your lucid presentation. Over to the organizer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We come to the end of today's session, and it was really nice, and all the speakers were excellent, except a little technical problems. Everything went very precisely, except we are a bit late. I request all the speakers for tomorrow to be on time and stick to their time. And there is an important announcement for tomorrow. We are going to have our PG CME from 2 to 6:30, and 2 to 4 we are going to have a case presentation competition for PGTs, where the one PGT from each state are going to present their cases, and it is a competition, and we have prizes for them. The first we have best 3 presentations will receive prize. First one 8,000 rupees, and the second one 7,000, and the third one 5,000 rupees. So we wind up this session today, and this is to be continued tomorrow again from 2 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Dr. Tophan Pati is here. Tophan sir, would you like to speak something, sir, comment something?
No, it was a fantastic CME. Technical glitches always occur. Even in international meets I have attended, there are technical glitches. So nothing to worry, it was fantastic. I am also simultaneously in Eastern Zone EC meeting. Both of you are seeing me. I was responding there, and they will be expecting you there, Tanmini.
Yes, I log in now.
And it is a very fantastic. I have been all throughout, from beginning till now. And Dr. Pankaj has left. I wanted to congratulate him for his nice deliberation, though with glitches, even it was the last presentation. So please convey my compliments to him. So thank you. See you in the other state.
See you tomorrow at 2 p.m. 7 p.m.